Chapter 378. Although they were protected by Huangli Island's protective formation, after Hu Lili returned, she set up another protective formation around the two of them. As the spirit-gathering pearls buried in the two spirit veins slowly extended out a third spirit vein, the protective formation and guiding formation could no longer restrain the increasingly dense spiritual energy in the cave. Dense spiritual energy began to drift out from Lu Ping's cave, attracting many cultivators from the sect to set up their own cave abodes near the small hill where Lu Ping's cave abode was located. However, if cultivators other than Zhenling wanted to set up a cave abode on Huangli Island, they would have to get Lu Ping's permission first. After Hu Lili finished setting up the protective formation, almost all of the dispersed spiritual energy was trapped inside the cave abode. However, Lu Ping told her to release some of the spiritual energy outside. In any case, the three spirit veins were enough for Lu Ping and Hu Lili to cultivate without the island's protective formation being fully activated. After the small Huangli Island was nurtured by the three spirit veins, in just over a year's time, there were many places where spiritual energy gathered on the island. Lu Ping also asked for a group of blood-refining realm disciples from the sect to train on Huangli Island. In the past, Lu Ping had managed to find 7 places where spiritual energy gathered on Huangli Island, and Lu Ping was able to manage all of them by himself. However, after a year of nurturing by the 3 spirit veins, Dabao had found 17 places where spiritual energy gathered on the island. As time went on, the number of places where spiritual energy gathered on the island would continue to increase. Furthermore, not all of these places were barren and could only be used to plant spiritual grains. There were a few places near Lu Ping's cave abode that could be turned into spiritual herb gardens or used to plant spiritual materials. In the Zhenling side courtyard, Wang Qi was severely injured because he forced himself to observe the water sword fairy, Reverend Lu Xuanping's swordsmanship. At the same time, 6 other blood-refining realm disciples were also injured. They were the first 7 blood-refining realm disciples to observe Reverend Lu Xuanping's swordsmanship. After Wang Qi woke up from his injuries, the leader of Group 7 handed him a bottle of pills with a hint of curiosity and envy. He told Wang Qi that these pills were all concocted by perfected Master Lu Xuanping, an alchemist. Unexpectedly, Wang Qi had a look of amazement on his face. Perfected Lu Xuanping was not only skilled in swordsmanship, but he was also a master of alchemy. With this bottle of pills, Wang Qi's injuries healed very quickly. At the same time, Wang Qi also discovered that after this injury, his cultivation did not decrease. Instead, it increased and his foundation became more solid. Wang Qi quickly thought of the bottle of pills that enlightened being Lu Xuanping had given him. That's right, that must be it. After Wang Qi's injuries healed, he focused all his energy on practicing his swordsmanship. He quickly became engrossed in it and successfully comprehended the realm of technique in a short period of time. After the courtyard competition, Wang Qi's companions, who had been promoted to a 3rd-level disciple, were all sent out by the side courtyard to train. For some reason, Wang Qi was not assigned to train. The other 6 blood-refining realm cultivators who were watching Lu Ping practice were also not assigned to train. Although Wang Qi did not know why, he was in a state of obsession with swordsmanship. He was happy to stay in the side courtyard and reminisce about Lu Ping's swordsmanship from day to night. At the same time, he was also honing his own swordsmanship. As Wang Qi focused on swordsmanship for the past year, although his strength had increased by leaps and bounds, he found that his understanding of the swordsmanship that Lu Ping had practiced that day was becoming increasingly shallow. Wang Qi felt like he was immersed in the sea. The more he understood about the sea, the more he found it to be unfathomable. This enlightened Master Lu Xuanping had only started cultivating 20 years earlier than him, but his swordsmanship had already reached a realm that Wang Qi could not even look up to. After more than a year, Wang Qi's cultivation quickly broke through to the 9th level of the blood-refining realm. One day, after Wang Qi finished his swordsmanship practice, he was called over by the Immortal in charge of his group. The Immortal asked, "Our sect's Huangli Island in the outer seas is recruiting a group of disciples to manage the spiritual energy gathering area on the island. The sect has decided to treat this recruitment as a training. Are you willing to participate?" However, I have to make it clear that Huangli Island is currently the most dangerous island in the outer seas. It is isolated in the outer seas and can be attacked by demonic beasts at any time. It can also be breached at any time. In fact, when Wang Qi heard about Huangli Island, he was already more than willing to participate. Nowadays, everyone in Zhenling knew about Huangli Island and that the enlightened master guarding the island was the famous water sword immortal, Lu Shenping. More than a year ago, enlightened master Lu Shenping gathered a group of the most outstanding disciples who had just advanced to the core forging realm and conquered Huangli Island in one fell swoop. Then, under the counterattack of several mid- and early-stage core forging realm demonic cultivators, they managed to hold on until the island's protective array was activated. Since then, Zhenling's prestige in the North Sea had risen once again. Enlightened Master Lu Shenping was now the flag-bearer of the new generation of core forging cultivators in Zhenling. The immortal in charge of Group 7 saw Wang Qi standing there in a daze and asked unhappily, "What's wrong? Don't you want to go?" Wang Qi hurriedly shook his head and said, "Of course I'm willing. It's just that when I heard that I can go to Huangli Island that enlightened Master Lu Shenping is guarding, I was overjoyed and lost my composure. Please forgive me. At the same time, I thank you for giving this opportunity to me. That's for the best." The immortal smiled in satisfaction, but then he said with a sense of loss, "Cultivate well when you get to Huangli Island. If you have the opportunity to receive pointers from enlightened Master Lu Shenping, you might be able to soar to the sky. At that time, I might even need your care." Wang Qi repeatedly said that he wouldn't dare to do so. In his heart, he thought of a rumor. It was said that the immortals in charge of the mid- and late blood condensation cultivators were disciples of the same generation as enlightened Master Lu Shenping. Some of them were even as famous as enlightened Master Lu Shenping, and some were even more outstanding than him. However, in the past 20 to 30 years, the gap between them had grown wider and wider. Even the previously unknown elder immortal Zhong Zicheng had reached the peak of the blood condensation realm and was only a step away from breaking through to the core forging realm. On the other hand, those powerful cultivators in the courtyard were now just ordinary blood condensation elder immortals. Looking at the immortal master's disappointed expression, Wang Qi's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that immortal master was also, looking at the 6 people gathered in front of the teleportation array to Huangli Island? Not only Wang Qi, but the other 6 people also looked at each other. The 7 blood-refining realm disciples who were going to Huangli Island to train were actually the 7 disciples who went to observe Lu Ping's sword practice. This was obviously a deliberate arrangement by the True Spirit Side Hall. When the 7 people arrived at Huangli Island and were brought to Hu Lili by Fang Dao, Hu Lili was also a little surprised. That day, when Hu Lili delivered Lu Ping's pills to enlightened Master Shenyuan, she had also seen these 7 unconscious blood-refining realm disciples. However, Hu Lili had always been a meticulous person. Without batting an eyelid, she quietly gave 14 of the 17 spirit gathering places to the 7 people. After sending the 7 people away, she told Lu Ping about the matter. "Looks like this is Uncle Master Xuanyuan's arrangement." On the other hand, Lu Ping seemed indifferent, as if he didn't take these things to heart. "Then what does Uncle Master Shenyuan mean by this? He clearly knows that you don't intend to accept disciples, but he still sent these 7 disciples to Huangli Island? If you don't handle this well, won't you be disrespecting Uncle Master Shenyuan? Although Uncle Master Shenyuan has no hope of advancing to the mid-core forging realm, he is still a cultivator of the same generation as you and my master. These years, you have been too domineering in the sect, so it's inevitable that some people will be jealous and whisper behind your back. If you don't handle this well, you will leave an impression of arrogance and disrespect in the eyes of the seniors." Lu Ping smiled. "You're just too suspicious. Perhaps Uncle Master Shenyuan just doesn't want these disciples to lose the opportunity to advance further. After all, they were able to withstand my sword technique. Whether it's their talent or willpower, they can be considered good. Uncle Master Shenyuan is teaching them in accordance with their aptitude." When Hu Lili heard Lu Ping's words, she also felt that she was being too sensitive. She smiled and said, "Then what do you plan to do? Are you really going to help them?" Lu Ping shook his sleeves and the lid of the Linchuan cauldron flew up. Water mist rose from the cauldron and condensed into a sky-blue spirit water. It was the low-grade earth-ranked Kang Lan water. Then, another spirit pill the size of a longan flew out from the cauldron. Lu Ping's face lit up with joy. He put the spirit pill into a jade bottle and handed it to Hu Lili. This is the spirit water nourishing spirit pill that I created myself. After taking it, the foundation of your divine sense that was damaged from setting up the formation will be completely healed. Hu Lili took the spirit pill and listened to Lu Ping continue. As for those disciples, let them be. The sect's rule is that the disciple must be at the mid-stage of the blood condensation realm. A few years should be enough for us to get to know them better. If they can really endure the loneliness, then what's the harm in helping them? Seeing that Lu Ping already had a plan, Hu Lili no longer pestered him. She changed the topic and asked, "You've been refining pills all this time. Are you going to go out for a long time or go into closed-door cultivation again?" Lu Ping already knew that Hu Lili would guess it, so he smiled and said, "I can't hide anything from you. In fact, before attacking Huangli Island, I already knew the opportunity to advance to the mid-stage of the core forging realm. It's just that because of many complicated things, I didn't have the time. Now that Huangli Island has you and Zheng Jie as a helper, everything is in order. I called Chen Lian over from Marshal Uncle Chu Shencheng and asked Xiao Qin to stay by your side. At the same time, I also notified Yao Yong and Ji Zishuan. If there is an attack from the monster race, they will rush over immediately. This way, there's no need to worry about the safety of Huangli Island. This way, I can also go into closed-door cultivation with peace of mind. At most, I will advance to the mid-stage of the core forging realm in 3 to 5 years. Hu Lili's face lit up. Then go into closed-door cultivation as soon as possible. I will take care of the island, you don't have to worry. Chapter 379. Lu Ping never thought that the opportunity to break through the bottleneck of the mid-stage core forging realm, which he had been unable to break through for several years, would appear on a golden core. In the past few years, Lu Ping had repeatedly tried to break through the bottleneck of the mid-stage core forging realm, but all of them ended in failure. However, before attacking Huangli Island, Lu Ping saw a deer demon golden core that cultivated a water attribute cultivation technique and had the bloodline of a flood dragon. When Lu Ping came into contact with the golden core, the blood in his body suddenly boiled. The surging true essence made Lu Ping feel that the bottleneck of the mid-stage core forging realm, which had always been like an iron wall in front of him, was like a window paper that could be broken with a poke. Lu Ping almost instantly understood the key to his cultivation breakthrough. It was still the bloodline. In the blood condensation realm, a cultivator could replenish their bloodline energy thrice in the blood condensation realm. In the core forging realm, they would need to replenish their golden core's spirituality. Naturally, Lu Ping didn't think he was an exception. However, Lu Ping had tried many times to break through to the mid-core forging realm, but to no avail. In the end, through a single golden core, he finally understood why he couldn't advance further. Could it be that he had to replenish his bloodline energy again? The body of a snake, the legs of a crocodile, and the tail of a carp. He thought of the 3 strange flood dragons that formed on the surface of the golden core in his heart space. Could it be, all of a sudden, Lu Ping seemed to have an epiphany about the direction of his cultivation. What an exciting thought! Although this conjecture still needed to be verified. Lu Ping directly asked Hu Lili to seal 2 of the 3 small spirit veins in his cultivation room. At this time, the spiritual energy in the cultivation room was so thick that it almost turned into water. Although the small spirit veins on Huangli Island were far from being comparable to the large spirit veins on Tianling Mountain, the 3 small spirit veins were mainly used for Lu Ping and Hu Lili's cultivation. Compared to the large spirit veins on Tianling Mountain, which were used for hundreds of core forging realm cultivators and thousands of blood condensation realm cultivators, it was naturally much better. This was also the reason why many core forging realm cultivators were willing to guard small and medium-sized islands with small spirit veins. After the spiritual vein of Tianling Mountain had been upgraded to a large spiritual vein, in order to further increase the spiritual vein of Tianling Mountain, it was necessary to fuse the spiritual veins of medium and above. As for the small spiritual veins, it was no longer necessary to fuse with the large spiritual veins. This was also the reason why there were only small spiritual veins among the 36 medium islands and hundreds of small islands under the jurisdiction of Zhenling sect. Lu Ping took out a jade box from his storage ring. Lu Ping tightly sealed it with several talismans to prevent the spiritual energy from leaking out. Lu Ping touched the surface of the jade box with his hand, and the talismans turned to dust. Lu Ping slowly opened the jade box, and a huge golden pill appeared in front of Lu Ping. The golden pill's surface did not have the appearance of a spirit sense, which meant that this golden pill was already a dead pill. There was no spirituality or spirit sense of a cultivator inside, only a huge amount of spiritual energy and blood essence was left. Gold condensing blood pill. This was a medicinal pellet recipe Lu Ping obtained from the East Sea North Alliance's alchemy gathering. He had also witnessed Yang Wujiu, the monster's alchemy grandmaster, personally refining this medicinal pellet. Now that Lu Ping's alchemy skills were no longer the same as before, it was not too difficult for him to turn this golden pill, which had once reached the 5th stage of core forging, into 10 gold condensing blood pills. The reason why Lu Ping had such confidence, in addition to his own alchemy skills, was that compared to before, Lu Ping now had a heaven and earth spirit fire that was much more brilliant than the azure spirit fire. He didn't know if Daoist Master Shen Yang and the others of the Alchemy Pavilion had already discovered that the Heaven and Earth Spirit Fire in the inheritance ground of the Alchemy Pavilion had disappeared. Thinking about the wonderful expressions of Daoist Master Shen Yang and the others when they discovered that the Heaven and Earth Spirit Fire in the inheritance ground had disappeared, Lu Ping couldn't help but have a proud expression on his face. After this period of nourishment, Lu Ping had completely refined this Heaven and Earth Spirit Fire. Although the Linchuan cauldron was also a top-grade alchemy cauldron, it was still somewhat inferior to the NH1 cauldron. However, with Lu Ping's current alchemy skills, he simply could not understand this gap. After using the spirit explosion technique a few times and wasting a few high-grade spirit stones, Lu Ping finally turned this golden pill into 10 gold condensing blood pills. However, there were not many high-grade spirit stones left in Lu Ping's hands. Lu Ping had accumulated 3 million spirit stones from the middle-sized spirit mine on the nameless island in the fallen secret land. After years of cultivation and wantonly squandering, there was not much left. Although Lu Ping had obtained some replenishment from the demon cultivators who were killed, in the end, the expenditure was still greater than the income. When Lu Ping swallowed the gold condensing blood pills and began to refine them, Lu Ping's blood finally began to tremble again. The foundation bloodline that had already replenished 3 bloodlines was like a hungry glutton that suddenly saw a delicious meal. It once again devoured the refined deer demon bloodline. This continued the domineering situation of Lu Ping's foundation bloodline every time he fused with a bloodline in the blood condensation realm. The bloodline essence in the deer demon's golden pill was almost completely devoured by Lu Ping's bloodline in an instant. The huge spiritual power was quickly refined by the North Sea wave listening technique into true essence. Together with the bloodline essence that had been devoured and fused, it gathered towards the golden pill in the core space. However, at this time, Lu Ping's golden pill was close to saturation. In a situation where his cultivation could not break through to the middle stage of the core forging realm, only 1/3 of the powerful bloodline essence could be fused with the golden pill. The remaining 2/3 could not be accommodated by the golden pill and rushed around in his bloodline. At this time, Lu Ping's entire body seemed to be emitting a red light. It was a blood-red light. This was because the huge amount of bloodline essence could not be absorbed into the golden pill and could only be filled in his bloodline. Lu Ping knew that he had already stepped on the threshold of the middle stage of the core forging realm. If he could not cross this threshold, not only would Lu Ping's efforts be in vain, but the huge amount of bloodline essence that had gathered at this time would also cause great damage to Lu Ping's body. The key to crossing this last threshold was the Heaven and Earth Spirit Treasure. As long as Lu Ping fused with the right Heaven and Earth Spirit Treasure, the spiritual nature of the golden pill would greatly increase. Once again, it would be able to forge with the divine sense. Finally, the golden pill would be able to accommodate an even larger amount of bloodline essence and true essence. Originally, when a cultivator broke through to the middle stage of the core forging realm, they would fuse with a Heaven and Earth Spirit Treasure in order to condense more true essence. However, at this time, Lu Ping's situation was obviously different from other cultivators. The true essence was completely contained in the bloodline essence. If he wanted to condense more true essence, he would need to condense the bloodline essence for the fourth time. However, the problem at this time was the heaven and earth spirit treasure. Originally, Lu Ping already had a bowl of low-grade earthstep azure wave water from the Kuan fish monster, Daoist Kong Liang. Moreover, this bowl of azure wave water was enough to fuse with an ordinary cultivator's heaven and earth spirit treasure. Lu Ping's cultivation had walked the pure and thick path. Whether it was the quality or the quantity of the azure wave water, it was barely enough for Lu Ping. However, all of this was under the premise that Lu Ping didn't know that he needed to replenish his bloodline essence for the fourth time. Now, Lu Ping had found an opportunity to break through the fourth bloodline essence. However, although only 1/3 of the azure wave water was fused with Lu Ping's golden core, this 1/3 caused Lu Ping's cultivation foundation to become more vigorous by another 1/3. The amount of azure wave water that he had previously prepared was not enough. If Lu Ping were to fuse with the azure wave water again, not only would he be able to break through to the middle stage of the core forging realm, but because of the huge amount of true essence in his bloodline, it was very likely that Lu Ping's cultivation would rapidly rise to the peak of the fourth layer. It was even possible that he would directly break through to the fifth layer. However, if Lu Ping did this, the 1/3 of the blood essence that he had fused with his golden core would not be able to solidify his foundation due to the insufficient amount of azure wave water. In the end, it would be wasted in vain. But at this time, where could Lu Ping find more azure wave water? If he didn't do this, would Lu Ping choose to temporarily disperse the huge amount of true essence that he had accumulated from refining the golden blood condensing pill? In this case, not only would Lu Ping lose an opportunity to break through to the middle stage of the core forging realm, but it would also damage the foundation of Lu Ping's cultivation. In a hurry, Lu Ping took out a bowl of world spirit water from his storage ring. It was the Ming water that he had obtained from Daoist master Chu Shencheng. Fusing two kinds of world spirit water at the same time? This could also resolve the huge amount of blood essence that Lu Ping had condensed at this time. In the cultivation world, there were cultivators who had tried this, but the result was that none of them could break through to the late stage of the core forging realm. The huge amount of blood essence and true essence rushed into Lu Ping's blood vessels. At this time, Lu Ping's whole body felt swollen. If he didn't make a decision, the blood essence alone would be able to burst through Lu Ping's blood vessels and burst Lu Ping's core space. That's right, there was still the Shenyuan heavy water. Did he have to use the Shenyuan heavy water? This was a low-grade heaven spirit water. This was a spiritual item that a late-stage core forging realm cultivator would use to break through to the Dharma manifestation realm. Lu Ping couldn't forget that the heavenly wind leaf that Daoist master Liang Shenfeng had schemed for in the East Sea was only a low-grade heaven spirit water. Lu Ping also couldn't forget the joy that Daoist master Liang Shenfeng felt when he obtained the heavenly wind leaf, which could make a late-stage core forging realm cultivator lose his mind. For a late-stage core forging realm cultivator, a heaven spirit water almost meant a Dharma manifestation realm. This was Lu Ping's first time refining a heaven spirit water. How could he use this kind of treasure? Lu Ping shook his head and looked at the nameless spiritual water hidden in the myriad poison liquid in the big bluestone vat. Lu Ping knew that the nameless spiritual water was also a kind of heaven spirit water, and its grade was definitely not low. However, he didn't know what this heaven spirit water was. Previously, because Lu Ping's cultivation was not high enough, he was afraid that he would get into trouble because of his wealth. He had been secretly investigating the origin of this spiritual water, but he had not found anything. Later, after Lu Ping advanced to the core forging realm, and especially after returning to the North Sea, he had been busy with various things and closed-door cultivation, so he had forgotten about this matter. Of course, more importantly, this kind of heaven spirit water was only a small part that Lu Ping had obtained from the seven-star sky Golden Valley. Even if he used it to fuse, the amount would be far from enough, not to mention that Lu Ping didn't know the details of this spiritual water. Lu Ping's thoughts turned quickly, but after thinking for a long time, he finally looked at the Shenyuan heavy water. Could it be that he still had to choose to refine a low-grade heaven spirit water? This was really a helpless choice for Lu Ping at this time, and it was a very risky choice. Although this choice might make countless late-stage core forging realm cultivators want to tear Lu Ping to pieces. Chapter 380. Are you sure he's in seclusion? It's been more than a year since the last time he came to the side hall, but we haven't seen him on Huangli Island. I'm sure he's in seclusion on Huangli Island, preparing to break through to the mid-core forging stage. Yes, this person's cultivation is profound, and his strength far surpasses all the cultivators here. Not only did he obtain the pure inheritance from senior sister Tian Ling, but he also obtained the thick inheritance. If he wants to break through to the mid-core forging stage, he'll need at least 3 to 5 years. A cultivator like this can be considered a genius in our sect. If not for the fact that he will become our enemy in the future, we have to be on good terms with him no matter what. This time, we might not be able to take his life. We'll just ruin his reputation and force him to hand over Huangli Island. Now, it could be confirmed that this brat had gathered at least 2 small-sized spirit veins on Huangli Island, and the number of spirit gathering areas on the island had already exceeded 20. Furthermore, at this rate, it would not be a problem for a small island like Huangli Island to gather 30 spirit gathering areas. Just the 2 small-sized spirit veins on this island were already comparable to an ordinary mid-sized island, not to mention that this brat had set up an exceptionally tyrannical island protection array on the island. It had once withstood a single attack from Daoist Master Mo Wei, but it had not been broken. Coupled with Huangli Island's unique geographical location, it'll be the best place to gather cultivation resources once it falls into our hand. How's the situation on the island? Excluding the blood refining cultivators, there are about 500 to 600 blood condensation cultivators on Huangli Island. Most of these cultivators use Huangli Island as a base to hunt demonic beasts. Most of them are rogue cultivators and our sect's disciples. There are 2 teams of 12 blood condensation cultivators on the island. They're here to help maintain order on Huangli Island, led by 2 late-stage blood condensation cultivators. The market is managed by an early-stage blood condensation cultivator called Fang Dao. I heard that he used to be the shopkeeper under Lu Ping when he opened his shop. Apart from this person who was in seclusion, there were 3 other core forging stage cultivators on the island. Their cultivations were all at the early stage. They were Uncle Master Xuanhua's disciple, Chen Lian, Uncle Master Xuanshan's disciple, Hu Lily, and a demon pet named Lu Qin. Oh, by the way, Hu Lily has a good friend working under her. Her name is Zheng Jie, she's at the peak of the blood condensation realm. With these people here, with the help of the island's protective formation, it should be enough to deal with the demon race's siege on Huangli Island. It seems that this person had already made arrangements before he went into closed-door cultivation. Furthermore, he still has several good friends who are also in charge of the islands in the outer seas. They will definitely help each other. Once something happens to one side, the others will definitely rush over to help. If that's the case, then it's indeed a little difficult. Do you have any ideas, Martial Uncle? Once the demon clan besieges Huangli Island, then Hu Lily will definitely have to guard the Great Island Array Disk, while Chen Lian and the demon pet will defend against the demon cultivators that attack the island. So, we must first think of a way to move that demon pet away, so that the island's defensive power will be reduced a lot. This isn't too difficult. I heard that the daughter of the heavenly spirit Laozu, Xian, often finds that demonic pet to play with, so we'll start from here and bring this demonic pet back to the heavenly spirit mountain. This is a good idea. You must think of a way to bring that demonic pet back to the heavenly spirit mountain. This time, we absolutely cannot do without the demon clan. Only with the help of the demon clan will we be able to break Huangli Island, and then we will have the opportunity to take back Huangli Island. Ah, but Martial Uncle, isn't this too risky? How can the demon clan listen to us? If they occupy Huangli Island, how can they let us counterattack? Not to mention, once the demon clan attacks Huangli Island, his friends will definitely get the news and rush over to help. In this way, all of this is within my calculations. We are all disciples of Zhenling, how can we collude with the demon clan? We are only setting up Huangli Island as a trap, a bait that can heavily injure the demon clan. To complete such a big move, how can we not pay a price? As long as we can annihilate 70 to 80% of the core forging stage demon cultivators outside of Huangli Island, then the people on Huangli Island will die a worthy death. At that time, even if someone in the sect notices something, we will have a reason to shirk responsibility. Without evidence, even if Liu Tianling goes crazy, what do we have to fear? After all, Zhenling doesn't belong to Liu Tianling alone. Then, Martial Uncle, the specifics should be. You only need to release the blood condensation realm demonic beasts that the family has been raising all these years into the open sea and spread the news of the specific deployment on Huangli Island. At the same time, make use of some of the family's connections outside. I believe that the other sects in the North Sea have long been envious of our sect's smooth sailing all these years. Huangli Island is now the bridgehead of the war between humans and demons. Allowing the demons to besiege Huangli Island will cause our sect to suffer some losses and lose some face. I'm afraid those people will be happy to see that. In this way, these people will definitely add fuel to the fire, but they definitely won't think that Martial Uncle already has a backup plan. Once the demon clan occupies Huangli Island, Martial Uncle will immediately give the demon clan a thunderous blow. At that time, Huangli Island will fall into our hands. Not only will our sect's prestige be damaged, but it will also increase. Martial Uncle's reputation in the sect will also greatly increase. Not to mention, it will help us eliminate a potential enemy in the future. Brother Lu Hai, have you sent the item back? Brother Mo, the item has been sent back. Speaking of which, it's quite dissatisfying. That item should have belonged to Brother Mo, but why are the Laozu so biased and want to give it to someone else? With Brother Mo's talent, if you use that item, Chu Shencheng, that cat that knows how to light a fire, won't have the chance to be so arrogant. Brother Lu Hai, be careful with your words. How can you accuse the Laozu? I'm ashamed to say this, but although I covet that item, it's still extremely difficult for me to fuse with it given my cultivation. That person may not have contributed much, but his talent is indeed above ours. Now that we've lost Huangli Island, I'm afraid I'll become the laughingstock of the North Sea monster spirits. How would I dare have any designs on that item? Brother Mo, don't be so disheartened. I believe that Brother Mo has heard of the rumors among the low-level cultivators in our clan. What do you think about it? This rumor is strange. I'm afraid someone is plotting something. We don't have to pay attention to it. Otherwise, Brother Mo, when I returned from the rear, I passed by the southern sea where our clan fought against the North Sea sects like Xianling. There, the low-level cultivators of our clan also heard the same rumor, and it's even worse than what we have here. Oh, there's such a thing? Then how did the situation of Huangli Island spread in such detail among our clan? What else could it be? I've been investigating these days and found a cultivator of our clan who spread the rumor, but I found out that this person is a demon pet of the human clan. His sea of consciousness has been sealed by the human clan's divine sense. H. These human cultivators are really despicable. They're used to using such despicable methods to control our clansmen. Those clansmen who are willing to be controlled are really spineless. They're willing to be slaves for the sake of survival. You can't blame them for this. After all, they will do anything to survive. When have we demon race not had human pets under our command? Didn't we also have human pets who have cultivated to the core forging stage? In that case, human cultivators are deliberately leaking the situation of Huangli Island's defense. Can we find out which clan and which sect it is? We can't find out. These cultivators who have been raised by the human clan have obviously been sealed in their sea of consciousness. Once we search their souls, these people will die immediately. What do you think, Brother Lu Hai? What else can it be? Our clan has always respected the strong. Fighting among ourselves is a common occurrence. The human clan is not peaceful. Internal strife is their specialty. After the beast tide, our clan has never been able to gain the upper hand in the battle with Zhenling. Because of this, Zhenling has gathered a large number of rogue cultivator forces and cultivation resources. Because of this, the strength of our sect has been growing day by day. The other sects of the North Sea will not let Junling monopolize all the good things. The human clan is used to being despicable, not worrying about scarcity, but worrying about inequality. Junling gets the meat, but the other sects don't even get a sip of the soup. Naturally, no one has anything to eat. Brother Lu Hai, are you saying that this rumor is true? Whether it is true or not, we can just test it out. Brother Mo, don't forget, if the demon pets of the human clan can mix into our clan, why can't the human pets of our clan mix into the human clan? Wonderful, wonderful. If the rumor is true, we can take down Huangli Island in one fell swoop. Then, we can fight against Junling for the past few years. However, for the sake of caution, Brother Mo, we still need to secretly gather our strength. We also need to cooperate with the human pets that have mixed into Huangli Island. We need to attack Huangli Island from the inside and outside as quickly as possible. It would be best if we can control Huangli Island's protective formation. In this way, Huangli Island will be a trap that we can calmly deal with. Of course. Senior sister Hu, why haven't I seen little China recently? Without little China chattering, this island is quite deserted. A few days ago, junior sister Xian called her back to Tianling Mountain to play. After all, little Qin is a demon pet, and junior martial brother Lu is unwilling to set up a restriction on his demon pet. At this time, junior martial brother Lu is cultivating in seclusion, and Tianling Mountain is the foundation of our sect. What if little Qin is killed by other martial uncles on Tianling Mountain? After all, little Qin is Lu Ping's demon pet. Many cultivators in Tianling Mountain know this. Moreover, junior sister Xian is here. Who would dare to harm little Qin? That's true. However, recently, there have been more and more cultivators coming and going on Huangli Island. There are many people mixed together, and some of them act strangely. We need to be more vigilant. Junior brother Lu is in closed-door cultivation, and little Qin has returned to Tianling Mountain. There are only 2 core forging cultivators on this island. Our defense is somewhat weak. What can we do? Most of our other friends are on their own now. I'm afraid they can't leave. Fortunately, Martial Uncle Chu has been guarding Shenqi Island. However, there is also Dao Master Mo Wei. Why don't we ask for help from Di Kuan Island? Di Kuan Island is one of the 36 medium-sized islands of our sect. The island's defense is strong. We can send 1 or 2 core forging cultivators to help us. Let's give it a try. I heard that Daoist Master Shenhui, who was previously stationed on Di Kuan Island, was transferred back to Tianling Mountain due to his cultivation level. The new Daoist Master Shenchang is also a late core forging realm expert. However, we have never had any dealings with this Daoist master. But considering the importance of Huangli Island, this martial uncle won't ignore us. Chapter 381. It had been almost 3 years since Wang Qi arrived at Huangli Island. During these 3 years, Wang Qi's cultivation was still stuck at the 9th layer of blood refining realm. However, he was not impatient at all. Instead, he focused all his energy on strengthening his foundation and honing his swordsmanship. At the same time, due to his meticulous care of the 2 spirit gathering lands given to him by enlightened Hu Lily, one was turned into a spiritual field while the other was turned into a spiritual herb garden. Both of them had a good harvest. One had to know that these spiritual fields were different from ordinary spiritual energy gathering grounds. The spiritual energy gathering ground that Huangli Island had opened up was twice the size of other spiritual energy gathering grounds due to the density of the spiritual energy. Later on, the number of spirit gathering lands on Huangli Island increased again. Wang Qi received another spiritual field from enlightened Hu Lily. This time, he planted a mid-grade spiritual material, Ma Xiong wood. The 7 blood refining realm disciples who first observed enlightened Junling Lu Xuanping's swordsmanship had already reached the 9th layer of blood refining realm before they arrived at Huangli Island. They were only 1 step away from breaking through to the blood condensation realm and becoming an inner disciple of Junling realm. These 7 disciples came to Huangli Island with good intentions. However, when they arrived, not only did they not see the famous water sword fairy enlightened Lu Shenping, They did not even see enlightened Hu Lily. The only person they saw was enlightened Lu China, who was said to be enlightened Lu's little sister and enlightened Lu China's demonic pet. However, they only caught a glimpse of her from afar and only saw her back a few times. The 7 of them were no different from other blood-refining realm disciples who came to Huangli Island for training. They were responsible for managing the spiritual fields and handing over their harvests. Everything was handled by the blood condensation realm cultivator Fang Dao, who was stationed at Huangli Island. A year later, the 7 of them were still diligently tending to the spiritual fields on Huangli Island, practicing their swordsmanship and cultivating in peace. Another year had passed, and many of the side hall disciples who were weaker than them had already advanced to the 9th layer of blood refining realm, while some of the disciples who were on the same level as them had already advanced to the blood condensation realm. Frankly speaking, the 7 of them had the opportunity to observe Lu Xuanping's swordsmanship and quickly advance to the peak of the blood refining realm. This had indeed allowed the 7 of them to walk ahead of their peers. Even though they had missed the blood condensing pill and missed the top 32 places in the side halls competition because of this, the 7 of them had always believed that they would continue to lead because of this fortuitous encounter. Because at least in the eyes of outsiders, what they had obtained was enlightened Lu Xuanping's fortuitous encounter. It was not impossible for them to become enlightened Lu Xuanping's disciples in the future. Although the 7 of them did not say this out loud, it had more or less pierced into their hearts. Unknowingly, the 7 of them had begun to feel like they were the descendants of the water sword fairy. And the side hall's enlightened Shenyuan also seemed to add fuel to the fire. He directly sent the 7 of them to Huangli Island where enlightened Lu Shenping was stationed. In the eyes of outsiders, this seemed to further confirm the rumor that the 7 of them had received enlightened Lu Xuanping's favor. However, after spending 2 years on Huangli Island, the 7 of them had been going through the same training process as ordinary blood-refining realm disciples. They did not receive any guidance from enlightened Master Lu Shenping as they had imagined. But in these 2 years, the disciples who were familiar with them, because of their hard work in cultivation, because of their own fortuitous encounters, because of the guidance of their seniors, or because of the care of their clans, all of their cultivations had caught up to or even surpassed the 7 of them. As a result, one of the 7 of them could no longer hold back. Following the departure of the first person, the second person, the third person, and so on. By the 3rd year that Wang Qi had arrived on Huangli Island, only Wang Qi and one other person remained. The fact that this person was able to persist until now surprised Wang Qi. This disciple's name was Han Shu, a cultivator who looked like a yes-man. Back then, when he observed enlightened Lu Xuanping's sword practice, he was the only one who was suppressed by enlightened Lu Xuanping's aura and did not dare to approach Wang Qi and the others. He was also the weakest among the 7 of them. Even though the 7 of them were on good terms with each other and formed their own circle, Han Shu was still looked down upon by the others. However, Wang Qi had heard that after a year of hard work, 2 of the 5 disciples had successfully advanced into the blood condensation realm, and the remaining 2 were preparing to break through to the blood condensation realm. Wang Qi had heard that after a year of hard work, their strength far surpassed that of cultivators in the same realm as them, and they had all obtained fortuitous encounters. However, in the 3rd year, Wang Qi also tried to go out of Huangli Island to hunt some demonic beasts in exchange for some cultivation resources. Due to Huangli Island's unique location deep in the monster territory, it attracted a large number of cultivators to hunt demonic beasts. However, this was only heaven for blood condensation cultivators, but hell for blood refining cultivators. Huangli Island was surrounded by groups of demonic beasts. There were all kinds of blood condensation and blood refining realm demonic beasts, but they were all mixed together. If a blood refining realm disciple ventured out, he or she would be devoured by a blood condensation realm demonic beast before he or she even encountered one. The reason why Wang Qi dared to go out of Huangli Island to hunt demonic beasts was not only because of his confidence in himself after years of sword practice, but also because he had received a piece of information from Master Immortal Fang Dao, who was in charge of the spiritual energy gathering area on Huangli Island. Before enlightened Master Lu Shenping went into seclusion, he had refined tens of cauldrons of blood condensing pills for the sect. Because of enlightened Master Lu's excellent pill concoction skills, other than handing over a certain amount to the sect, enlightened Master Lu also handed over some excess blood-condensing pills to enlightened Master Hu Lily. Due to Wang Qi's dedication in taking care of the spiritual fields, Master Immortal Fang Dao wanted to help him. Thus, he told Wang Qi this news. If Wang Qi could gather enough cultivation resources, he could exchange them for a blood-condensing pill from enlightened Master Hu Lily. That was a blood-condensing pill. Wang Qi's heart was suddenly filled with excitement. Wang Qi's cultivation had already reached the peak of the blood-refining realm a long time ago. In the past few years, other than focusing on his sword practice, he had spent all of his time and energy on the 3 spirit-gathering lands that he had managed. Even though he had some savings, it was still far from enough to exchange for a blood-condensing pill. Thus, Wang Qi turned his attention to the sea outside of Huangli Island. Wang Qi's luck was pretty good. As a blood-refining realm cultivator, he naturally did not dare to leave Huangli Island. He could only hunt demonic beasts in the surrounding waters. Even though there were blood condensation realm demonic beasts in the waters outside of Huangli Island, he did not encounter many blood condensation demonic beasts in the few times he went out to sea. The few times he did encounter 1 or 2 early blood condensation demonic beasts, Wang Qi was extremely vigilant. Once he spotted a blood condensation demonic beast, he would immediately retreat to Huangli Island. There were 2 times when he was chased by a blood condensation demonic beast. Wang Qi had no choice but to defend himself. Just as he was about to lose, he was discovered by the patrolling cultivators of the sect and was saved by them. It was rare for a blood-refining realm disciple to go out into the sea to hunt demonic beasts. As such, Wang Qi's reputation on Huangli Island grew as he went out into the sea several times. One day, Wang Qi once again found traces of 2 peak blood condensation demonic beasts in the waters near Huangli Island. Using a low-grade flying artifact, he chased after them and killed them. After dismembering the demonic beasts, Wang Qi happily rummaged through the storage pouch hanging on his waist. The items stored inside were probably enough to exchange for 2 blood condensation pills. Wang Qi was a conscientious person. He would not place his hopes of advancing to the blood condensation realm solely on a single blood condensation pill. The number of cultivators who failed to advance to the blood condensation realm after consuming the blood condensation pill was far more than the number who succeeded. The blood condensation pill was not a panacea. Wang Qi naturally wanted to be as well prepared as possible. Just as Wang Qi was about to hunt down a few more blood condensation demonic beasts, he saw streaks of light flickering above Huangli Island. Streaks of light flew into the island's protective array. Wang Qi's heart sank. Suddenly, he heard a shout from the distant sea, "Junior Marshal Brother Wang Qi, is that you?" Wang Qi turned around and saw 2 streaks of light flying back to Huangli Island. The 2 blood condensation cultivators in the streaks of light were Master Immortals Fang Wei and Fang Xia, who had once saved his life. These 2 Master Immortals were the children of Master Immortal Fang Dao, who had always taken care of him. When Wang Qi went out to hunt for demonic beasts this morning, he saw the 2 Master Immortals going out to the open sea to hunt. Now, they were rushing back in panic. Something's wrong. Wang Qi was about to rush back when he heard Master Immortal Fang Wei's anxious voice, "Junior Marshal Brother Wang, hurry back to Huangli Island. The demonic beasts are going to attack Huangli Island again. The beast wave is coming." Just as Fang Wei finished speaking, the streaks of light had already arrived in front of Wang Qi. Suddenly, a black shadow leaped out from the sea behind Fang Wei and pounced towards him. Fang Wei didn't even have time to react. However, Wang Qi could clearly see that the black shadow was a blood condensation realm flying fish. If this attack landed, even if Fang Wei didn't die, he would be severely injured. Wang Qi obviously didn't have time to warn Fang Wei. He steeled his heart and stopped thinking about how a blood condensation realm cultivator like him could fight against a blood condensation realm demonic beast. He took out the mid-grade flying sword that he had painstakingly gotten from Master Immortal Fang Dao. Using all the arcane energy in his body, he slashed at the black shadow behind Fang Wei. A muffled sound that sounded like ripping silk could be heard. Under Fang Wei's stunned gaze, Wang Qi was sent flying towards the sea. Behind Fang Wei, a mournful roar could be heard. Fang Wei turned around and slashed with his sword. The flying fish demon was instantly killed. Only then did Fang Wei realize that the flying fish demon had already been severely injured by Wang Qi's sword before he killed it. Fang Wei looked at Wang Qi, who had been pulled out of the sea by Fang Xia, in shock. Wang Qi's face was pale. Obviously, that attack had exhausted all his arcane energy. Now, even flying was difficult for him. Fang Wei laughed and said, "Junior martial brother Wang Qi, I didn't know that your strength had already reached such a level. If you advance to the blood condensation realm, how many cultivators of the same level can be your match?" Wang Qi smiled with some difficulty. At this time, the three of them had already arrived in front of Huangli Island. Huangli Island's protective array was already in full operation. The nameplates on the three of them flashed and they directly entered Huangli Island. However, at this time, Huangli Island was also filled with battle cries. The three of them panicked. Did the demonic beasts already attack Huangli Island? Chapter 382. This was not the first time Huangli Island was besieged by the demon race. Due to its unique geographical location, it was bound to be a thorn in the demon race's flesh. However, in the past, the demon race had besieged Huangli Island several times. Every time, Lu Ping and the others relied on Huangli Island's unusually strong island guarding array to hold on until the cultivators from their sect arrived through the teleportation array. As time passed, the cultivators who frequented Huangli Island became more relaxed about the demon race's besiegement. As long as they hid within the island's protective array before the demonic beasts arrived, not only could they repel the attacks of the demonic beasts, but after the demonic beasts retreated, the slain demonic beasts would also bring a large amount of cultivation resources to the cultivators of Huangli Island. Some greedy cultivators even looked forward to the demonic beasts besieging Huangli Island. It was precisely because of Huangli Island's reputation for its sturdiness that it did not break after being besieged by monstrous beasts several times. Not only did it attract more and more cultivators to Huangli Island, but every time there was a beast tide in the sea near Huangli Island, the number of cultivators on Huangli Island would also reach a peak. For these cultivators, every time a beast tide attacked Huangli Island, it was a great opportunity to collect cultivation resources. However, the situation this time was clearly not good. Just when the cultivators who went out discovered that the demonic beasts were gathering to form a beast tide, they returned to the island and reported the news to the people on the island. Before the cultivators on the island could recover from their excitement, an intense spiritual chi fluctuation came from the teleportation array of Huangli Island, followed by the sound of spells exploding throughout the entire island. Chen Lian rushed to the teleportation array of Huangli Island the moment the incident happened. He saw that the teleportation array on Huangli Island had been destroyed. On the ground were the corpses of 2 Zhenling blood condensation disciples. Another 2 were severely injured and unconscious. In addition, there were 2 blood condensation cultivators dressed in hemp clothes lying on the ground. Beside them were 4 to 5 other blood condensation cultivators dressed in hemp clothes. At a glance, Chen Lian could tell that they were from the same group. At this moment, these people were being besieged by the cultivators on the island. Seeing that, Chen Lian understood what had happened. Clearly, this group of cultivators in hemp clothes had attacked the Zhenling disciples guarding the teleportation array and destroyed the teleportation array. After that, they were besieged by the cultivators nearby. Chen Lian's appearance brought joy to the faces of the cultivators gathered around the teleportation array. When the cultivators in hemp clothes saw Chen Lian, there was no change in their expressions. However, all of them suddenly attacked without any regard for their lives. For a moment, the cultivators surrounding them were unable to do anything to them. Chen Lian harumphed and flicked his finger. Several fireballs exploded beneath the feet of the hemp-robed cultivators, sending them flying. By the time they fell to the ground, they had already fainted. Another ray of light descended from the sky above Huangli Island. It was Hu Lili. What happened? Chen Lian withdrew his hand from the head of one of the cultivators. His face was so dark that it looked like water was about to come out. He said, These cultivators' sea of consciousness have restrictions placed on them. They are death warriors under someone's control. Lily's expression changed. She said, "Not good. The beast tide is coming soon. These people must be the human pets of the Yarrow clan." Chen Lian immediately reacted and said, "Not good. If that is the case, the Yarrow clan must have more than this." As soon as Chen Lian's voice fell, he heard a burst of exclamations from the cultivators on the island. When he looked over, he saw that the sea around Huangli Island had suddenly surged with waves that were several tens of feet high. They surged towards Huangli Island at the same time. As the surrounding waves came closer, the waves grew taller and taller. By the time Huangli Island entered, the entire wave had actually reached several tens of feet high. It far surpassed the tallest hill on Huangli Island. At this moment, when the cultivators on Huangli Island looked up, apart from the walls of water around them, there was only a few miles of sky. Although the tsunami attack launched by the Yarrow clan was not as majestic as the waves Lu Ping had seen on Silversword Island, how could Huangli Island compare to Silversword Island? Chen Lian looked at the approaching waves. He suddenly turned to Lily and said, "Quickly go and protect the island's protective array. If the Yarrow clan's human pets attack again, they will certainly find a way to break the island's protective array." Lily had already thought of this. As soon as Chen Lian's voice fell, she flew towards the direction of the cave residence. However, just as Lily's evasive light rose, a giant axe chopped towards Lily's head. Lily was startled. There was actually a core forging expert on Huangli Island. Could it be that such a high-level cultivator was also a human pet? Before Lily could attack, a flaming stone suddenly flew past Lily's side and smashed the giant axe away. At the same time, the flaming stone also exploded in the sky. "I will block this person." Senior Marshal's sister returned to the cave residence first. Unknowingly, Chen Lian had also rushed over from behind and blocked the attack of the giant axe. Lily knew that this was not the time to be modest. Chen Lian leapt forward. When the giant axe was knocked away, the attacker had already exposed himself. As expected, it was a core forging human cultivator. However, he must have used some kind of secret technique to hide his cultivation. He was actually able to sneak into Huangli Island without being detected. When Chen Lian attacked the cultivator, Lily continued to fly towards the cave residence. Chen Lian's voice came from behind, "You are a core forging cultivator. Why are you willing to be a slave of the Yarrow clan and attack your own clansmen?" The cultivator wielding the giant axe had a wooden expression. Without saying a word, he raised the giant axe and attacked Chen Lian again. The battle between the two caused the surrounding blood condensation cultivators to retreat. Lily couldn't care less about the explosions of spells behind her. Just as she was about to fall into the cave residence, a gust of cold wind blew. Wind blades and ice swords filled the sky and shot towards Lily. Lily's heart sank. The other party actually had a core forging cultivator. Clearly, he knew the layout of Huangli Island like the back of his hand. A cyan light flashed out from Lily's eyes. She took off the veil that was draped over her shoulder and swung it forward. Instantly, the wind blades and ice swords that filled the sky disappeared. Then, a cultivator suddenly rushed out from behind the veil and hacked down on Lily's head with a blade. A look of ridicule flashed in Lily's eyes. Just as the cultivator's large blade was about to hit Lily's figure suddenly disappeared. The surrounding scenery immediately changed, becoming hazy as if a layer of thin veil had covered everything. The cultivator's body surged with true essence. With a loud shout, he became one with the blade and slashed forward again. With a tearing sound, the long thin veil was cut open. At this moment, Lily had already avoided the cultivator's obstruction and arrived in front of the cave residence's grand array. At this moment, the seawater that had risen to a height of several tens of jong finally poured down. Lily, who had yet to enter the cave residence, had a huge change in her expression. The cultivators on the island cried out in alarm. Amidst the muffled sound, Huangli Island seemed to have been buried in the depths of the sea. Under the impact of the seawater, the island's grand array began to sway, then became grotesque and dazzling. In the end, the island's Grand Array had withstood the impact of the seawater, but the light curtain of the Grand Array had also become as thin as paper. Just as the cultivators on the island were cheering for the sturdiness of the island's Grand Array, they saw several rays of light flying in the sky. Several attacks hit the island's Grand Array one after another. Suddenly, several large holes were pierced through the Grand Array. The demon beasts that had gathered outside the island had leaped into Huangli Island before the holes, which had not yet closed. Suddenly, battle cries rang out everywhere on Huangli Island, and the demon beasts and human cultivators were engaged in a fierce battle. At this time, Hu Lili had already entered the cave residence. The impact of the huge amount of seawater and the attacks from the core forging stage demon beasts had weakened the island's Grand Array to the extreme in an instant. Half of the spirit stones inlaid on the array disk had already exploded, and the spiritual qi in the spirit vein that was used to supply the array was temporarily insufficient. Hu Lili quickly activated the array. Except for the two small spirit veins that were used by Lu Ping, the spiritual power of the remaining spirit vein was used by Hu Lili to operate the island's Grand Array. Outside Huangli Island, the light curtain of the island's Grand Array, which was already thin and easily pierced by the core forging stage demon beasts, suddenly brightened and became a bit thicker. The core forging stage demon beasts attacked again, but this time, only a few mid-core forging stage demon beasts managed to pierce through the Grand Array. Not good, the island's Grand Array has begun to recover so quickly. What are those two human beasts doing? Useless. The core forging stage demon beasts outside the island had a change of expression. Several mid-core forging stage demon beasts suddenly joined forces and attacked the island's Grand Array from the same direction. This time, it was not the demon beasts that took the opportunity to enter, but 3 early core forging stage demon beasts. After the 3 demon beasts broke into the island, the entire island's Grand Array lit up and completely recovered. Inside the Immortal's cave, Hu Lili ran her fingers through her wet hair. The array disk in front of her had been replaced with all the broken spirit stones as fast as she could. With the joint effect of the spirit stones and the spiritual vein, the island's great protective array could withstand the continuous attacks of the core forging stage demon cultivators outside the island. At this moment, a sudden explosion came from outside the Grand Array. Although the Grand Array was not as tough as the island's Grand Array, it was still not something that could be easily broken by an early core forging stage cultivator. However, looking at the Grand Array that was on the verge of collapse, Hu Lili suddenly thought of something. She immediately spread out her divine sense and her delicate and pretty face suddenly became unsightly. Outside the island, although Daoist Master Lu Hai and the other mid-core forging stage demon beasts were still repelled by the island's Grand Array and were unable to enter Huangli Island, the power of the joint attack of several people was not inferior to the full power of an ordinary late-core forging stage cultivator. They could still penetrate the Grand Array. Every time this happened, there would be several or dozens of demon beasts taking the opportunity to rush into Huangli Island and fight with the cultivators on the island. Dozens of miles west of Huangli Island, a red cloud quickly rushed over. Obviously, Daoist Master Chu Shencheng, who was on Xianqi Island hundreds of miles away, had discovered something. However, at this time, a dark cloud also quickly rushed over from the east and quickly intercepted the red cloud halfway. Hu Lili was burning with anxiety. At this time, Huangli Island was already filled with the sounds of killing. Among the Demon Clan core forging stage cultivators, including the 2 human pets that had already sneaked into the island, there were actually 5 people attacking Huangli Island. At this time, 2 of them were besieging Chen Lian. 2 of them were about to break the Grand Array and kill their way in. The last one was wantonly slaughtering human cultivators on the island, weakening the resistance of Huangli Island. However, at this time, Huangli Island only had 2 core forging stage cultivators, Chen Lian and herself. The transmission array on Huangli Island had also been broken. It was obviously impossible for the sect's reinforcements to arrive quickly. They could only rely on the strength of Huangli Island to resist. However, at this moment, the Demon Clan was obviously prepared. They were determined to win, and Huangli Island was on the verge of collapse. Did she really have to call out Lu Ping, who was in closed-door training? It was not easy for him to grasp the opportunity to break through to the mid-core forging stage. Although Hu Lili was extremely unwilling, at this time, only if Lu Ping came out of closed-door training in advance would there be some hope of saving Huangli Island. "Miss Hu, do you need my help?" Just when Hu Lili was at a loss of what to do, a voice with a hint of immaturity suddenly came from behind. Hu Lili was surprised. When she suddenly turned around, there was already a small electric array disc in her hand. She saw a 17 or 18-year-old boy with a bashful look on his face. He hurriedly waved his hand at Hu Lili and said, "Miss Hu, don't misunderstand. I am a good friend of Lu Ping." Chapter 383. Inside the Spiritual Master's Cave on Di Kuan Island. Come, let us raise our glasses and congratulate senior brother Shen Chang for becoming the spiritual master of Di Kuan Island. Several Zhenling core forging cultivators raised their glasses together and congratulated a late-stage core forging cultivator sitting at the head of the table. Zhenling's islands were generally divided into the island's resident cultivators and the island's guardian cultivators. Generally speaking, there was only one guardian cultivator, who was appointed by Zhenling to guard the island. The resident cultivators had to listen to the guardian cultivator's orders. Now that spiritual master Shen Chang had become the spiritual master of Di Kuan Island, he was equivalent to the island master of Di Kuan Island and had jurisdiction over all the islands under Di Kuan Island. As the enlightened masters toasted each other, they began to talk about the recent happenings in the North Sea's cultivation world. Enlightened master Shen Chang listened attentively with a smile on his face. Lu Ping, as a prominent figure among the new generation of North Sea cultivators, was naturally the topic of conversation among the enlightened masters. When the topic of Lu Ping was brought up, enlightened master Shen Chang cast an imperceptible glance at her enlightened master beside him. Just when everyone was praising Lu Ping for occupying Huangli Island in the hinterland of the demon race and turning it into a cultivation resource distribution center for Zhenling in the outer sea, a voice suddenly sounded. "This martial nephew Lu is a disciple of senior sister Tian Ling, so he is naturally an outstanding person. However, we have overestimated these juniors too much. If we become impatient, wouldn't we be harming them?" The spiritual master deliberately pointed out that Lu Ping was a disciple of Liu Tianling Laozu. With a teacher like Liu Tianling, it was not a big deal for her disciple to have such achievements. As soon as the spiritual master's voice fell, someone else asked, "Senior brother Shen Qing, why do you say that?" Spiritual master Shen Qing picked up the wine glass in front of him and took a sip. Huangli Island is isolated in the outer sea and is already a speck of sand in the eyes of the demon race. However, this martial nephew Lu gathered at least 2 small spirit veins on Huangli Island. Don't you think he is deliberately attracting the demon race to attack? What? 2 small spirit veins? What a waste. 2 small spiritual veins are enough for 4 core forging cultivators to cultivate. Exactly. In such a dangerous place, there's always the possibility of being attacked by the demon clan. If Huangli Island falls, won't the 2 spiritual veins be taken by the demon clan? I heard that a few years ago, the Li clan was jumping up and down to report to the sect that their spirit vein had been stolen. At that time, Huangli Island was being reclaimed, and that martial nephew Lu had a grudge against the Li clan. Could it be that the Li clan's accusation that martial nephew Lu had stolen their spirit vein was true? Enlightened master Shen Qing saw that his words had changed the topic of the cultivators' discussion about Lu Ping. He felt relieved and looked at enlightened master Shen Chang, who nodded in satisfaction at his words. Daoist Shen Qing saw that the fire had been lit and decided to add more fuel to the fire, so he said, "I heard that martial nephew Lu's arrangements on Huangli Island are exceptionally grand. Just the island's protective formation alone is far stronger than the protective formation on a small island like Shenqi Island. Without the support of a spirit vein, such an island's protective formation would require at least 300,000 to 500,000 spirit stones to operate. Whether it is the formation plate or the spirit stones, they were all martial nephew Lu's own handiwork. He didn't ask for any support from the sect. I'm afraid only senior sister Tian Ling's disciple would have such courage." Spiritual master Shen Qing's words were a bit explicit this time. Some of the spiritual masters became silent after hearing this, while some of their eyes were rolling around. No one knew what they were thinking. Spiritual Master Shen Qing decided to strike while the iron was hot and directly pointed out some things. In any case, most of the cultivators who came to congratulate Spiritual Master Shen Chang for guarding Di Kuan Island were from his faction or had a good relationship with his faction. It was only because Liu Tianling's Zhonghua faction was too strong and the Xiao Yaro faction was on the same side as her faction. In addition, Chu Shencheng, Guo Shenshan, and Spiritual Master Shen Yin had a lot of weight in the sect and were close to them. Spiritual Master Shen Qing weighed his words and said, "This martial nephew Lu has been showing his independence in every way during the attack on Huangli Island. It may seem like he has nothing to do with our sect, but in reality, everything is inseparable from the sect's support. Let's not talk about other things, but during the attack on Huangli Island, other than Dao Master Mo Wei's subordinates, why didn't any other demon cultivators come? Wasn't it because our sect worked together in the other seas in the outer seas to restrain the strength of the demon race, allowing Huangli Island to be successfully recovered?" Spiritual Master Shen Qing's words were mixed with falsehood, causing many cultivators to nod their heads. Sure enough, a cultivator opened his mouth and said, "This martial nephew Lu wants to make Huangli Island his own territory." Spiritual Master Shen Qing's face lit up and said, "That's right. It seems that this martial nephew Lu wants to use our sect's support to satisfy his selfish desires. In turn, he wants to become successful and famous. This is a bit too much." Among the cultivators who came today, other than those who were on good terms with enlightened Master Shen Chang, the rest were either unsuccessful cultivators in the sect, or those who had given up on the path of cultivation. There were also those who wanted to establish their own clans. These cultivators were more or less selfish, and they were quite dissatisfied with Lu Ping, a rising star, and the sect's favoritism towards them. After enlightened Master Shen Qing's incitement, many of the cultivators also started to complain. At this time, Spiritual Master Shen Chang, who was sitting at the head of the table, said, "I think what everyone said is reasonable, but martial nephew Lu is after all Senior Sister Tianling's direct disciple. He won't set up his own sect, but relying on Senior Sister Tianling's trust for some personal gain is true. However, Huangli Island is deep in the demon race's hinterland. It would be too ostentatious to have these things gathered on the island. Moreover, martial nephew Lu is only an early core forging cultivator and a junior. Xianqi Island needs a highly respected peak core forging cultivator like senior brother Chu Shencheng to guard it. Giving an important island like Huangli Island to martial nephew Lu is too much of a joke." As soon as Spiritual Master Shen Chang's voice fell, Spiritual Master Shen Qing and several cultivators who were on good terms with him took the lead to support him. Spiritual Master Shen Chang smiled and said, "I think there's no harm in doing this. In view of the importance of Huangli Island, we might as well send a mid-core forging junior brother to guard it. At the same time, 4 early core forging junior brothers or martial nephews will accompany them in exchange for martial nephew Lu. This way, Huangli Island's defensive strength will be greatly increased. After all, martial nephew Lu is an outstanding talent among the new generation of core forging cultivators in our sect. As his elders, we should naturally protect him." Today, most of the cultivators present were core forging cultivators. Who couldn't see that Spiritual Master Shen Qing and Spiritual Master Shen Chang were putting on an act? They couldn't hear the hidden meaning behind Spiritual Master Shen Chang's words. However, the 2 spirit veins and a large amount of cultivation resources on Huangli Island made everyone have the same interests and similar goals. However, at this time, a cultivator opened his mouth and said, "I'm afraid it won't be that simple. After all, it was martial nephew Lu who took the initiative to recover Huangli Island. If he doesn't want to give up his position, with Senior Sister Tianling's support, I'm afraid there's nothing we can do. Senior Sister Tianling's tyranny is not something we haven't experienced. If she is in the right, then we can't do anything to her. Now that her status has risen, even the other Laozus don't want to interfere too much." Daoist Master Shen Chang's brows couldn't help but wrinkle. However, this situation was within his expectations, so he smiled and said, "Then let's change the method. We'll send a mid-core forging junior brother and 2 early core forging martial nephews to Huangli Island to help martial nephew Lu defend Huangli Island. This way, senior sister Tian Ling won't be able to say anything. After all, Huangli Island only has 2 core forging cultivators. Spiritual Master Xian Chang's plan shocked the cultivators in the cave mansion. As long as a mid-core forging cultivator went, whether it was in terms of seniority or cultivation, he would be able to suppress Lu Ping. At that time, would Lu Ping be able to surpass this person? As time passed, it would be hard to say who would be guarding Huangli Island. The cultivator who spoke before thought for a moment and said again, even so, if we directly send people there, it will inevitably be criticized. After all, Huangli Island has been recovered for nearly 3 years. The demon race has launched a small beast tide to besiege Huangli Island more than once. But every time, martial nephew Lu was able to repel them. Spiritual Master Xian Qing curled his lips and said, Senior brother Xian, he is too cautious. If we wait until Huangli Island's protective formation is broken by the demon race, do you think martial nephew Lu will be able to resist the demon race's attack? At that time, the spirit vein on the island will be snatched away and it will be too late. Spiritual Master Xian He, who spoke before, did not reply. Obviously, he did not agree with Spiritual Master Xian Qing's words. At this moment, a cultivator hurriedly walked into the cave mansion and whispered a few words to Spiritual Master Xian Chang. Spiritual Master Xian Chang's face turned serious, then he looked at the spiritual masters in the cave mansion and said with a smile, Isn't this an opportunity? Xianqi Island just sent news that the demon race has besieged Huangli Island again. This time, the demon race's offensive is very fierce. Huangli Island's protective formation will most likely be destroyed. After hearing this, everyone's spirits rose. Spiritual Master Xian Qing happily said, Then what are we waiting for? We will go now. At this time, Spiritual Master Xian He looked puzzled and said, Strange, there is a transmission array on Huangli Island. Why did the news come from Xianqi Island? As soon as Spiritual Master Xian His voice fell, not only Spiritual Master Xian Qing, but Spiritual Master Xian Chang's expression also changed. To the transmission array. Spiritual Master Xian Chang waved his hand and more than a dozen spiritual masters in the cave mansion walked towards the transmission array on Di Kuan Island. What? The transmission array to Huangli Island can't be used. That means the transmission array on Huangli Island is most likely destroyed. Then what about the transmission array to Xianqi Island? What? It was blocked by the array just now? The cultivators behind Spiritual Master Xian Chang were in an uproar. Someone actually snuck into Huangli Island, destroyed its transmission array, and also blocked the transmission array to Xianqi Island. Di Kuan Island was 1,500 li away from Huangli Island. By the time everyone flew over, Huangli Island would have already been destroyed. Spiritual Master Xian Chang and Spiritual Master Xian Qing looked at each other. The current situation was completely out of their control. Chapter 384. Miss Hu, please don't misunderstand. I'm Brother Lu's good friend. Hu Lily didn't put away the small lightning formation plate in her hand. Instead, she looked at the teenager in front of her. Her eyes flashed with a green light as she said in a low voice, Demon race? The teenager smiled helplessly. At this time, 3 children with human bodies and snake tails walked out from behind the teenager. The girl in front of them said, Aunt Hu, he really is father's good friend. Seeing Samling's confidence, Hu Lily believed him. She asked Lu Bai, Why haven't I seen him before? Your father didn't tell me who he is. Before Lu Bai could answer, the young man smiled and said, Please don't misunderstand, Miss Hu. My name is Luan Yu. Because of my identity, I've specially instructed Brother Lu not to reveal my whereabouts, or it might bring great trouble to everyone. So, Miss Hu doesn't know of my existence. When Luan Yu saw Hu Lily put away the lightning formation plate, he knew that Hu Lily believed him. He said, It seems that the situation outside isn't good. Although I won't make an enemy of the demon race, I can't watch Brother Lu's foundation be destroyed. Leave the island's formation plate and defensive formation to me. Miss Hu, please go out and help that fellow daoist outside. Otherwise, I'm afraid Huangli Island will really fall. Hu Lili nodded. She had already discovered that Chen Lian was currently being besieged. If she didn't help him, he would really be in danger. Previously, she was worried about the island's defensive formation. Now that there was a core forging cultivator guarding the island, she was naturally at ease. At this time, Huangli Island was on the verge of collapse. From time to time, the island's defensive formation would be broken by the joint attacks of a few mid-core forging cultivators. Then, demon beasts would rush into the island's defensive formation before the formation could close. However, these demon beasts didn't bring much pressure to the cultivators on Huangli Island. What really scared the cultivators on the island were the 5 core forging cultivators. Although 2 of them were besieging Chen Lian and the other 2 were attacking the defensive formation, the last core forging cultivator was able to kill 21 late blood condensation cultivators in a short period of time. Fortunately, the teleportation array on Huangli Island had already been destroyed. Outside the island, there was an inescapable net laid out by the demon beasts. The cultivators on Huangli Island could only fight with their backs against the wall. Facing the massacre of the core forging cultivator, many cultivators who didn't know each other had no choice but to work together to resist the attack of the core forging cultivator. Especially since there were many Zhenling disciples on Huangli Island. They formed a Dao soldier formation, the 3 talents 5 elements formation, which was able to block 1 or 2 attacks from the core forging cultivator. Hu Lili flew out of the grand defensive formation. One of the core forging stage human pet and one of the demon cultivator who were attacking the grand defensive formation immediately flew out and chased after Hu Lili, while the other continued to attack the grand defensive formation. Seeing that the grand defensive formation was about to be broken, the demon cultivator was overjoyed. As long as he could break into the Immortal's cave and destroy the grand defensive formation of the island, he would be the main contributor to the attack on Huangli Island. It had only been 3 years since Zhenling occupied Huangli Island. The human cultivators of the North Sea used Huangli Island as their base of operations. Blood condensation cultivators went out to sea to hunt the demon beasts. Many human core forging cultivators also secretly set out from Huangli Island, either north or south, to attack the demon beasts' rear. This often caused the demon beasts to lose sight of the demon beasts. As a result, the demon beasts hated Huangli Island to the bone. However, Huangli Island was previously managed by Lu Ping like an iron bucket. Moreover, the human cultivators of the North Sea also knew the value of Huangli Island. Whenever the demon beasts attacked, the core forging cultivators would immediately rush over to reinforce them. That was why Huangli Island was able to stand tall in the demon beast's hinterland. However, just when the core forging cultivators thought that Huangli Island would be occupied after he destroyed the island's defensive formation disk, 3 whips suddenly shot out from the defensive formation. The core forging cultivator didn't care at all. When the 3 whips approached, the core forging cultivator had already sensed that they were merely 3 peak blood condensation cultivators working together. However, just as the core forging cultivator was about to block the 3 whips, the 3 whips suddenly merged into one. The power of the whips instantly multiplied, causing the core forging cultivator to feel a sense of danger. The core forging cultivator retreated abruptly. At the same time, a stone wall rose in front of him. However, a crisp sound rang out as the whips struck the stone wall, instantly turning it into a pile of rubble. The core forging cultivator's wooden expression changed slightly. He saw 3 young children of about 7 or 8 years of age walking out from behind the collapsed stone wall, dragging their long snake tails behind them. Of the 2 core forging cultivators surrounding Chen Lian, one was a 3rd-layer core forging cultivator, while the other was a 2nd-layer core forging cultivator. Although Chen Lian was only a 2nd-layer core forging cultivator, he was confident that he could defeat any one of them in a one-on-one battle. However, the 2 core forging cultivators obviously wouldn't give him that chance. With the 2 of them working together, Chen Lian was already in a precarious situation. At this moment, the sound of a drum suddenly came from behind Chen Lian. The buzzing sound in the sky was getting closer and closer, and Chen Lian's eyes immediately lit up. The two core forging cultivators surrounding Chen Lian raised their heads and saw a purple cloud in the sky above Huangli Island. The cloud transformed into various shapes and swept towards them. When the two core forging cultivators got closer, they discovered that the cloud was actually made up of fist-sized purple demonic bees. As the drum vibrated, the purple demonic bees gathered into a dense rotating ball, surrounding the second-layer core forging cultivator that was besieging Chen Lian. The core forging cultivator raised his hand and released a few fireballs. Dozens of purple demonic bees were blown away, but only 3 to 5 of them were blown to pieces because they were too close to the fireballs. A dozen of them fell to the ground and struggled to fly. The rest of the demonic bees that were blown away staggered in the sky as if they were drunk. After a while, they flapped their wings and joined the ranks of the core forging cultivator that was besieging the core forging cultivator. The core forging cultivator raised his hand and released a few fireballs. Dozens of purple demonic bees were blown away, but only 3 to 5 of them were blown to pieces because they were too close to the fireballs. More than a dozen of them fell to the ground and struggled to fly. The rest of the demonic bees that were blown away staggered in the air as if they were drunk, then flapped their wings and joined the ranks of the core forging cultivators. The cultivation levels of these demonic bees varied, but the weakest was at least at the mid-stage of the blood-refining realm. The strongest was actually at the mid-stage of the blood condensation realm. Under normal circumstances, core forging cultivators and humans alike were like ants in the eyes of core forging cultivators. However, when there were hundreds or thousands of these ants and they formed a demon soldier formation, even a core forging cultivator wouldn't dare to face them head-on. Without the other cultivator on the same level as him holding him back, Chen Lian was finally able to unleash his full strength. Instantly, he switched from passively taking a beating to attacking and defending. A clump of flames blazed above his head, causing Chen Lian's attacks to exude a suffocating heat. After Hu Lili flew out of the cave, she ignored the core forging cultivators that were chasing after her. Instead, she spread out her divine sense and quickly found Zheng Jie, who was commanding the cultivators to fight against the demonic beasts on the island. She handed the amethyst wasp Dao soldiers that Lu Ping left for her to protect herself and instructed her to help Chen Lian. Meanwhile, Hu Lili rushed towards the core forging cultivator that was slaughtering the blood condensation cultivators on Huangli Island. You are a core forging enlightened master, yet you are attacking a low-level cultivator. Aren't you afraid that a high-level human cultivator will give you a taste of your own medicine? The core forging cultivator that attacked the blood condensation cultivators was only a first-layer core forging cultivator. From the looks of it, he had just advanced to the core forging realm not long ago. The reason he was slaughtering the blood condensation cultivators seemed to be because he was experiencing the superiority of a high-level human cultivator. When he heard Hu Lili's question, he couldn't help but sneer. Revenge? That will have to wait until there are still cultivators left on this island. If all of them are dead, what evidence do you humans have to say that a high-level demon cultivator slaughtered a low-level cultivator? It's clearly a demon cultivator that has yet to take human form that killed your low-level cultivators. Hu Lili's heart sank when she heard this. It seemed like the demon race was determined to take down Huangli Island. They even wanted to massacre the entire island. Moreover, it was a core forging cultivator killing a low-level human cultivator. This was not allowed in the human and demon races. Since they dared to do such a thing, it was clear that they were very confident in taking down Huangli Island. At this moment, Hu Lili didn't have the time to think too much. Although Luan Yu was watching over the island's protective array, the few mid-core forging cultivators outside the island were able to break through the island's protective array every time they attacked. Before the array could close up again, a large number of demonic beasts would rush in. At this time, the number of demonic beasts on Huangli Island was increasing. If Hu Lili didn't stop the core forging cultivators from slaughtering the low-level cultivators, these low-level demonic beasts alone would be enough to drown Huangli Island. The small lightning array appeared in Hu Lili's hand once again. The array expanded to a radius of 3 zhong and landed at Hu Lili's feet. Hu Lili pointed at the array and a burst of lightning flashed in the air. A thunderclap sounded in the air and a bolt of lightning fell towards the blood condensation cultivator. At this time, The core forging cultivator who was chasing after Lu Ping also rushed over. The two of them blocked Hu Lili from the front and back. The first core forging cultivator laughed and said, "All right, then I'll kill you, this disappointing bitch. After that, I'll kill these blood condensation minor repairs to my heart's content." With that said, the two of them attacked Hu Lili together. Hu Lili wasn't good at fighting and killing. Her true strength lay in the study of array formations. However, this didn't mean that she was easy to bully. The lightning array under Hu Lili's feet was made from the 1,000-year-old thunderstruck peach wood that Lu Ping had given her. With Chen Lian and Lu Ping's help, this array formation had reached the level of a magic treasure, and its power had greatly increased. Just as the two beastkin cultivators attacked Hu Lili, the disc array under Hu Lili's feet flickered again as she quickly made a few hand seals. A cyan lightning suddenly formed a lightning ball. While firmly covering Hu Lili, it also blocked the attacks of the two beastkin cultivators. The first core forging cultivator sneered and said, "So you're a formation cultivator. You're just wearing a turtle shell. How many attacks can this array formation block?" Just as the two of them were about to join forces to attack again, a spirit pill suddenly flew out from the green lightning barrier towards the first layer core forging stage beast cultivator. Just as the core forging cultivator was about to attack again, the spirit pill suddenly dispersed into a ball of extremely dense spiritual energy. Then, a nimble sword light seemed to be born from the ball of spiritual energy and shot towards the first core forging cultivator. Chapter 385. Thousands of miles away from Huangli Island, in the sky above the sea, Daoist Master Shen Chang, Daoist Master Shen Qing, Daoist Master Shen He and a few other Zhenling core forging cultivators were flying towards Huangli Island with gloomy faces. Zhenling's teleportation array was usually set up on medium-sized islands. Other small islands, such as Shenqi Island, were not qualified to set up a teleportation array, let alone a small island. This was because the cost of setting up a teleportation array was too high. Of course, Huangli Island was an exception. Therefore, when Huangli Island's teleportation array was destroyed and Shenqi Island's teleportation array was blocked by the demon race, Daoist Master Shen Chang and the others had no choice but to fly to support Huangli Island. Everyone's faces were ugly, especially Daoist Master Shen Chang and Daoist Master Shen Qing. Although the two of them were the masterminds behind Huangli Island, they were only plotting for the right to guard Huangli Island. Their target was Lu Ping. Luring the demon race to attack Huangli Island was also based on the fact that they could gather enough people in time to rescue Lu Ping. This was also the main reason why Daoist Master Shen Chang invited more than 10 core forging cultivators to his Immortals Cave in the name of celebration. The two of them were waiting for the moment when the demon race was about to attack Huangli Island. When the time came for them to rescue Huangli Island, it would also be the day when the demon race changed hands. However, man proposes, God disposes. The destruction of Huangli Island's teleportation array caught the two of them by surprise. However, they were, after all, Zhenling cultivators. It was impossible for them to sit back and watch Huangli Island fall into the hands of the demon race. If that happened, it would be the Zhenling sect's loss. Internal strife stemmed from selfish desires, but in the end, it was necessary to distinguish between big and small, and control it on the basis that it did not harm the sect's interests. Moreover, if Huangli Island had really fallen into the hands of the demon clan, spiritual master Shen Chang, as the guardian of Dikuan Island, would not be able to escape responsibility. After all, Huangli Island was nominally a small island under the jurisdiction of Dikuan Island. The accusation of not doing a good job in the rescue would be enough to tear spiritual master Shen Chang apart for half a day. Furthermore, Huangli Island's teleportation formation was destroyed from the inside. Huangli Island's small teleportation array was directly connected to Dikuan Island. Most of the cultivators on Huangli Island would first gather on Dikuan Island before they could travel to other parts of the North Sea from there. Therefore, if the teleportation array on Huangli Island was really destroyed from the inside, then these people must have entered Huangli Island from Dikuan Island, and spiritual master Shen Chang would have to bear the hat of negligence. In the sky above Huangli Island, spiritual master Lu Hai, who was in charge of the siege of Huangli Island, and several mid-core forging stage demon cultivators, once again broke through the island's protective array. Several demon beasts leaped from the sea, passed through the temporarily broken array, and landed on Huangli Island. Among these demon beasts, a huge tortoise demon beast, after landing on Huangli Island, did not attack the human cultivators on the island like the other demon beasts. Instead, a brilliance flashed under its feet like a stream of water, avoiding the battlefield, and flew towards the small hill in the center of Huangli Island. After spiritual master Lu Hai and the other demon cultivators broke through the island's protective array, he said with a puzzled expression, "Strange, this island's protective array has been broken by us more than 10 times. In addition to the previous tsunami, even if the island's protective array is supported by the spirit vein, it should not be able to meet the demand and will gradually weaken. How is it that after attacking for so long, this island's protective array shows no signs of weakening?" A mid-core forging stage demon cultivator, although only at the 5th layer of core forging stage, was inferior to spiritual master Lu Hai, but the tone of his voice was on equal footing with spiritual master Lu Hai. He said, "Could it be that there is still a core forging stage demon cultivator presiding over the island's protective array?" Spiritual master Lu Hai shook his head and said, "According to the information from the 2 core forging stage humans, it can be confirmed that there are indeed 2 early core forging stage Junling cultivators on the island. Just now, we sent 3 core forging stage clansmen to Huangli Island. At this time, there should be no one guarding the island's protective array, unless the other party is still hiding their strength, or that Junling cultivator called Lu Shenping has been forced to come out of seclusion." The cultivator who spoke earlier continued spiritual master Lu Hai's words. Spiritual master Lu Hai was not angry. Instead, he nodded and said with a smile, "Brother Ma is right." However, spiritual master Ma clearly did not put spiritual master Lu Hai's agreement in his eyes. He continued, "But even so, with the strength of our 5 core forging stage cultivators, even with Lu Shuanping's help, we are still in a situation of 5 against 2. We still have the upper hand. Why has Huangli Island not been breached until now?" Spiritual master Lu Hai said somewhat awkwardly, "Brother Ma is saying that Junling still has hidden strength on Huangli Island?" Spiritual master Ma's expression did not change as he said, "That is the only explanation. The island's protective array has blocked our divine sense from probing, so we have no way of knowing what is happening on the island. However, from what we have seen several times when we have broken through the island's protective array, our clansmen still have the upper hand. However, if this continues, it will take us longer to capture Huangli Island. At this time, I'm afraid Junling has already found out that we are attacking Huangli Island and has sent cultivators over. If we cannot capture Huangli Island before they arrive, not only will this siege fail, I'm afraid the 3 clansmen and 2 core forging stage humans that have already entered the island will also lose their lives." Spiritual master Ma's words caused the expressions of all the cultivators present to change. Spiritual master Lu Hai said solemnly, "Brother Ma is right. This time, we cannot fail again. Otherwise, we will have no face to stand among the demon clansmen of the North Sea. Everyone, don't hold back anymore. Use everything you have on the island's defensive formation. Even if we can't break through it, we have to weaken it as much as possible so that more blood condensation realm cultivators can enter Huangli Island. If we can send 1 mid-core forging realm cultivator into the island, we'll be able to win. Isn't this a spirit core? How can it explode with such powerful sword light?" The 1st layer core forging realm beast cultivator was shocked. His body that was rushing toward Hu Lily quickly stopped in mid-air, then he quickly retreated. At the same time, he made a series of hand seals and a blue bag appeared in front of him. Then, it suddenly opened and countless starfish flew out from the bag toward the sword lights that filled the sky. When the starfish in the bag flew out, the sword lights that exploded in the spirit core were also hit by the starfish. However, just as the demonic cultivator let out a sigh of relief, another spirit pill flew out from the lightning barrier. Before the demonic cultivator's stunned eyes, the spirit pill turned into a 4-legged, 1-horned snake that pounced toward the demonic cultivator again. At this time, The core forging stage pet on the other side also launched an attack at Hu Lily. However, Hu Lily suddenly threw several array formation tools around her. Immediately after, the lightning array disc under her feet resonated with the array formation tools that she threw to the ground. A cyan light curtain suddenly enveloped the core forging stage pet. At the same time, a violent roar erupted from the light curtain. The light curtain also trembled under the roar. Just as the beast cultivator dispersed the troublesome strange snake, a bird covered in black flames suddenly soared into the sky and pounced at the beast cultivator again. At this moment, the beast cultivator was already in a sorry state. The blue bundle had already been torn apart by the strange snake. Looking at the Luon pouncing at him, the beast cultivator let out a wolf howl and said, "Good, good, I didn't expect a woman like you to have such a strange method. However, how many of these miraculous pills do you have? The moment you run out of spirit pills will be the moment you die." The spirit core Hu Lily used was the intentional combat pill that Lu Ping had refined. Although the power of this kind of pill was proportional to the cultivator's alchemy skills and cultivation level, if your alchemy skills were high enough and your cultivation level was strong enough, you could even condense a great magical power into a combat pill. The intentional combat pill was said to be far more powerful than talisman treasures. It was not groundless that it could be compared with talisman weapons. However, when refining the intentional combat pill, it would be affected by many factors such as spiritual herbs. Lu Ping, who had already achieved great magical power, naturally wouldn't waste his energy on refining the intentional combat pill. Although it could condense a great magical power, it was actually more difficult to refine the intentional combat pill. Instead of wasting those spiritual herbs, it was more practical to refine a few furnaces of elixirs that could increase one's cultivation level. The intentional combat pill in Hu Lily's hands was specially refined by Lu Ping to hone his alchemy skills. The power of the intentional combat pill was not even comparable to a small magical power. Later, he gave it to Hu Lily, who had not yet reached the gold core realm, to protect herself. At this time, Hu Lily also looked solemn. She was not good at fighting with cultivators. If there was only one of these two cultivators in the core forging realm, Hu Lily was confident that she could fight with them. If the two of them attacked together, she could only use the intentional combat pill in her hands to resist. However, the few intentional combat pills that Lu Ping gave her were actually for her to escape, not to fight with others. Because Lu Ping also knew that although this kind of medicinal pill was stronger than talisman treasures, it could only be used to block the cultivators in the core forging realm for a while. It was absolutely impossible to kill them. As the beastkin cultivator just said, at this time, Hu Lily had no intentional combat pill in her hands. Once the two of them joined forces, she would soon be defeated. At that time, the beastkin cultivator who was free would deal with Chen Lian and Luonyu in the cave residence. Huang Li Island would soon fall. Could it really not be able to resist? Did she really have to wake up Lu Ping from his seclusion? Huang Li Island's teleportation array had been destroyed. Di Kuan Island should have already received the news. Why hadn't the cultivators of her sect come to help until now? Could it be that there was also an accident in Xianqi Island? All kinds of thoughts came one after another in Hu Lily's mind. For a moment, she was in a trance. At this time, the beastkin cultivators outside the island suddenly attacked the island's grand array fiercely and intensely. The roar of various spells and the collision of magic weapons caused Hu Lily's expression to change again. When Hu Lily looked up, she saw that the sky outside the island's grand array had become overflowing with colorful lights. All kinds of spells and magic weapons were colliding with the island's grand array. The light curtain of the island's grand array was constantly being pierced. More and more demonic beasts took the opportunity to rush into Huang Li Island. The light curtain that had already recovered began to slowly dim again. In Huang Li Island's cave residence, after the beastkin cultivators outside the island suddenly intensified their attacks on the island's grand array, the spirit stones on the grand array's grand array began to explode one after another. The spirit vein seemed to be unable to support the operation of the grand array. The entire grand array began to tremble slightly. According to this speed, it would not take long for the Grand Array of Huangli Island to collapse because the Grand Array could no longer absorb enough spiritual power to operate. At first, Luan Yu was in a hurry to replace the spirit stones on the Grand Array. Then, he became at a loss. Then, he made up his mind and pressed both of his hands on the Grand Array. The true essence of his whole body surged into the Grand Array. He actually wanted to use his own true essence to support the operation of the Grand Array. However, after a moment, Luan Yu's face turned pale. He had to operate the huge Grand Array by himself. At the same time, he had to resist the attacks of several mid-core forging realm beastkin cultivators. Luan Yu immediately spat out a mouthful of blood on the Grand Array. Hehe, it seems that I am not too late. Chapter 386. Wang Qi kept his mid-grade flying sword and heaved a long sigh of relief as he looked at the dead beast. This was the fourth blood-refining realm beast he had killed. Behind Wang Qi was the spirit herb garden that he had been managing for the past 3 years. This was the best piece of land out of the 3 spirit gathering lands that he had received. That was why he had turned it into a spirit herb garden. After returning to Huangli Island, Fang Wei and Fang Xia brought Wang Qi to the spirit herb garden. Then, they turned back to kill the beasts that were attacking the island. At the same time, they had to search for their father, Master Immortal Fang Dao. Wang Qi was hiding in a cave near the spiritual herb garden. Whenever a lone blood-refining realm demonic beast passed by, he would attack and kill it. During this time, he even helped a blood condensation realm female cultivator kill a mid-stage blood condensation realm beast. At that time, the monster was being chased by the female cultivator, and it was running towards Lu Ping's hiding spot. Wang Qi's head was burning with anger, so he leaped out of the cave and aimed his flying sword at the monster's eyes with all his might. Perhaps it was because the female cultivator was chasing after the demonic beast too quickly, or perhaps it was because the demonic beast did not care about the little blood-refining cultivator in front of it at all, but the demonic beast actually ignored everything else and charged straight towards Wang Qi. Wang Qi dodged to the side, but the demonic beast's wind movement magic art still managed to send Wang Qi flying more than 100 feet away. Before Wang Qi landed, he heard the demonic beast cry out in pain. Wang Qi, who was still in a daze after falling to the ground, seemed to see a flying sword sticking out of the yarrow beast's eyeball. The yarrow beast was jumping up and down in pain, and the female cultivator behind him took the opportunity to catch up. After a few flashes of light, the yarrow beast was dead. Wang Qi shook his head and got up from the ground. Only then did he see the female cultivator standing in front of him. Wang Qi quickly bowed. The female cultivator said, "Not bad. You managed to injure a mid-stage blood condensation realm beast with your 9th layer blood-refining realm cultivation. What's your name?" Wang Qi quickly said, "Disciple Wang Qi greets Immortal Elder. I was just lucky earlier. If not for Immortal Elder, I would have died at the hands of the demonic beasts." The female cultivator giggled and said, "You really know how to talk. You also contributed to killing this monster beast. You can deal with the materials on the monster beast's body. The monster race's offensive this time will definitely be successful, so be careful." With that, the female cultivator turned into a streak of light and disappeared in front of Wang Qi. Wang Qi looked at the mid-stage blood condensation realm monster's corpse in front of him. This was a mid-stage blood condensation realm monster's corpse. If he dismembered all the materials on it and added them to what he had accumulated, he would be able to exchange for 2 blood condensation realm pills. Just as Wang Qi killed the 4th demonic beast in the cave, a loud sound came from the barrier above his head. Another hole appeared in the barrier, and several demonic beasts jumped in from the outside. Among them, a mid-blood condensation demonic beast landed in front of Wang Qi. Wang Qi's heart sank. He didn't even bother to pick up the corpse of the demonic beast beside him and quickly retreated. However, this demonic beast seemed to have recognized Wang Qi as a blood condensation minor repairs cultivator. It moved its feet and actually chased after Wang Qi. How could Wang Qi's speed compare to a blood condensation realm demonic beast? The demonic beast had a mocking smile on its face as it closed in on Wang Qi. Wang Qi gripped the flying sword in his hand tightly, but he suddenly realized that a gigantic sea turtle as tall as a human was blocking his way. Just as Luan Yu intended to use his own vital energy to temporarily maintain the operation of the island's protective formation, outside of Huangli Island, Sage Lu Hai looked at Sage Ma with some hesitation and said, "Brother Ma, do you really want to enter Huangli Island? Brother Ma is a guest from afar. You have already helped us greatly by coming here to help us. There is no need for you to take this risk." Daoist Ma smiled and said, "Since I'm here to help, how can I not contribute? Brother Lu Hai needs to take charge of the situation, so you can't enter Huangli Island. Why don't you let me go? Is Brother Lu Hai afraid that I will steal your credit?" Daoist Lu Hai waved his hand and smiled. "Brother Ma must be joking. In that case, I will have to trouble Brother Ma." Daoist Lu Hai and the other 4 mid-core forging cultivators worked together to break through the defensive formation. Daoist Ma had already turned into a silver light and flew into the island's defensive formation. Just as Daoist Ma broke through the defensive formation and entered Huangli Island, Luan Yu finally couldn't hold on any longer. He spat a mouthful of blood on the formation plate. "Looks like I'm not too late." Luan Yu turned around and saw Lu Ping standing behind him with a smile on his face. "Why did you come out of seclusion? You broke through?" Luan Yu frowned and asked in surprise, "How is this possible? With your strength, this breakthrough will definitely cause a phenomenon. How did you?" Lu Ping laughed and stepped forward. He also pressed his palm on the defensive formation plate. The entire silver formation plate was instantly dyed sky blue by Lu Ping's Jin Yuan in front of Luan Yu's widened eyes. Outside the island, the defensive formation that was weakened due to Daoist Ma's sudden attack on Huangli Island shone brightly again. This time, the entire formation seemed to be covered with a layer of faint blue. Not good, the other side still has the strength to resist. We must continue to attack the defensive formation so that more blood condensation cultivators can enter the island. This time, we must occupy Huangli Island before Zhenling's reinforcements arrive. After Daoist Master Lu Hai said coldly, the 5 Daoist demon cultivators once again joined forces to break through the island's grand array, but this time, the hole was much smaller than before. Only 5 or 6 demon beasts took the opportunity to jump in. Inside Huangli Island's cave dwelling, Luan Yu, who had just swallowed a healing pellet, saw Lu Ping reactivating the island's protective array formation. Then, he stopped and guided another spirit vein to support the island's protective array formation. She couldn't help but ask curiously, why didn't he guide all 3 spirit veins into the array formation? That way, the monster cultivators outside the island won't be able to break through the island's protective array formation. Lu Ping turned around and smiled. If that's the case, why would the demon cultivators continue to besiege Huangli Island? Luan Yu sensed a strong killing intent from Lu Ping's eyes. He couldn't help but feel a chill rising from the soles of his feet to his back. When he looked at Lu Ping again, there was no trace of Lu Ping in the cave dwelling. Only a voice lingered in Luan Yu's ears. "I'll have to trouble you to look after the defensive formation for the time being." Luan Yu was stunned for a while, then murmured, "Can he still be considered a cultivator who has just broken through to the mid-core forging stage?" Daoist Ma rushed into Huangli Island and spread his divine sense across the entire island. Other than the cave dwelling that was protected by the defensive formation, the rest of the island was clear at a glance. Daoist Ma was surprised and doubtful. "I didn't expect Huangli Island to have so many tricks up their sleeves." The demon bee soldiers that the blood condensation female cultivator commanded looked very familiar. That core forging female cultivator should be Hu Lily. Could it be that the medicinal pill she used was the intentional combat pill? I didn't expect such a strange medicinal pill to exist in a barren land like the North Sea. Also, how could those 3 blood condensation children who can fight against core forging cultivators be from the demon race? No, there's something strange about those 3 children. How is it possible? How could they appear in the North Sea? Are they really? They are the green sea snakes. A voice suddenly appeared in Daoist Ma's ears. Daoist Ma's expression changed. He turned around and put on a set of armor. At the same time, he shouted, "Who is it? Get out!" Before the word come left his mouth, Daoist Ma saw a young man in his 20s standing not far away from him. The young man was looking at him coldly. A tyrannical divine sense instantly rushed towards him. The heavy pressure caused Daoist Ma's back to be soaked in cold sweat. He looked at the young man in front of him and said bitterly, "Late core forging stage?" The corner of the young man's mouth curved into a mocking smile. A dazzling golden light suddenly pierced through the air. Daoist Ma instantly summoned a spiritual-type magic treasure to block the golden light. At the same time, he also summoned a defensive magic treasure above his head. Daoist Ma didn't seem to be at ease. His protective aura flashed with 4 rays of light and surrounded him. The armor he wore earlier also seemed to be extraordinary. However, the golden light disappeared in a flash. The young man turned around and disappeared in a step. Daoist Ma's eyes were wide open, and a trace of disbelief could be seen on his face. He seemed to want to say something, but then dark red blood seeped out from a slit on the chest of the armor. Daoist Ma's huge body fell from the sky. A fat mouse crawled out from the ground and skillfully looted all the valuables on Daoist Ma's body. Then, it plunged into the ground and disappeared without a trace. Just as Daoist Ma died, a divine sense that could only be possessed by a late-core forging stage cultivator instantly covered the entire Huangli Island, causing the offensive of the humans and demons who were fighting to stagnate. Hu Lili and Chen Lian's faces lit up. Taking advantage of the fact that their opponents were at a loss due to the suppression of Lu Ping's divine sense, they hurriedly fought back to alleviate their own dangerous situation. The demon cultivator who was fighting with Hu Lili had already broken her lightning barrier. The flickering lightning in the lightning formation plate under her feet was getting thinner and thinner. However, at this moment, the demon cultivator who was about to launch the final blow to Hu Lili suddenly opened his eyes wide. He stood in the air and stopped moving. Hu Lili could clearly see the life passing away from his eyes. A faint blue sword shadow flashed in front of Hu Lili. Hu Lili let out a long sigh of relief. Then, she began to focus on dealing with the core forging stage human pet that was already under her control in the formation. Zheng Jie relied on the purple crystal bees to form the demon soldier formation. Although she trapped a demon cultivator in the formation and beat him until his body was swollen and poisoned, she couldn't kill him for a while. On the contrary, more than 100 of the 800 or 900 purple crystal bees had already been killed by the demon cultivator. Zheng Jie knew that this group of purple crystal bees was carefully cultivated by Lu Ping. It was said that even the sect's Fa Xiong, Laozu, treasured them. Now that more than 100 of them had died, she didn't know how distressed Lu Ping would be. However, now that Huangli Island was at a critical juncture, Zheng Jie couldn't care too much about it. At this moment, she heard Lu Ping's somewhat helpless voice coming from behind her. "Ayo, my great aunt. Quickly, put away the demon soldier formation. We can't go on like this." Hearing this, Zheng Jie embarrassedly put away the purple crystal bees into the spirit pet bag. Only then did she realize that the demon cultivator who was previously trapped in the demon soldier formation had lost his head. Chapter 387. What does it feel like to have nothing better to do? What does it feel like to be stuffed to death after eating too much? Lu Ping persisted in this feeling of being stuffed to death for 3 years. When Lu Ping found the Shenyuan heavy water in the Zhongshen Immortal's cave, the black water ball was difficult for Lu Ping to control even though he had just advanced to the core forging stage. There was only one word to describe it: heavy. When Lu Ping was forced to fuse with the Shenyuan heavy water, he immersed himself in this feeling of being stuffed to death for 3 years. Every time a drop of Shenyuan heavy water was fused into the Jindan, Lu Ping felt as if he was eating molten iron to satisfy his hunger. He had to run the North Sea Wave listening spell at all times to refine every drop of Shenyuan heavy water, condensing the trace of spirituality contained in the spirit water for the Jindan to absorb, and the heavy water itself was fused with Lu Ping's true essence. At the same time, the golden core also absorbed Lu Ping's divine sense. Lu Ping knew that after the golden core was replenished with spirituality, it would begin to refine the cultivator's divine sense. In other words, the golden core was nurturing the cultivator's true essence and divine sense together. This would be the foundation for Lu Ping to break the golden core and achieve the avatar state in the future. However, what was the Shenyuan heavy water? It was a low-grade heaven step spirit treasure, which was the most effective for enhancing the purity and richness of a cultivator's true essence. If it wasn't for the fact that fusing with this kind of spirit treasure would greatly affect a cultivator's cultivation speed, the Shenyuan heavy water could be compared to a mid-grade heaven step spirit treasure. Even so, how could an early-stage core forging stage cultivator like Lu Ping easily fuse with it? Fortunately, Lu Ping's cultivation focused on the foundation, and his true essence was pure and thick. The North Sea Wave listening scripture that he cultivated was a mysterious yet powerful cultivation technique. But when you think about it, it made sense. Whether it was the Sea Wave listening scripture or the Flying Spirit Ocean treading scripture, any complete cultivation technique would be a well-deserved legacy cultivation technique in their respective sects, not to mention the North Sea Wave listening scripture, that Lu Ping name. However, the feeling that made Lu Ping's face turn red, his eyes bloodshot, and his restlessness accompanied Lu Ping for 3 whole years. During these 3 years, Lu Ping didn't dare to make the slightest mistake. He firmly endured the torture of that feeling and sat cross-legged on the ground, not daring to move. If there was the slightest accident, the Shenyuan heavy water that was being refined would go out of control, and it would be enough to cause Lu Ping's body to explode. In the past 3 years, Lu Ping had refined a total of 1,296 drops of Shenyuan heavy water, which was enough to supplement the spirituality of the entire gold core. The moment Lu Ping advanced to the middle stage of core forging, the core space expanded again, and the huge surface of the gold core once again condensed into a 4th 4-legged strange dragon. However, the strange dragon that formed this time was different. In addition to the body of a snake, the claws of a crocodile, and the tail of a carp, there was also a cluster of antlers on the strange dragon's head. Not only the newly formed one, but the previous 3 strange dragons also had a cluster of antlers on their heads after Lu Ping advanced to the middle stage of core forging. After the formation of these 4 strange dragons, Lu Ping suddenly felt that his own divine sense had undergone some unknown changes. It seemed to have become a lot more tyrannical, and the coverage of his divine sense was almost no less than that of a late-stage core forging cultivator. After Lu Ping successfully merged with the Shenyuan heavy water, the feeling of satiation that had previously tortured Lu Ping for 3 whole years finally left Lu Ping. However, before Lu Ping could rejoice, an unprecedented sense of hunger swept through Lu Ping's whole body. When the Shenyuan heavy water was completely refined by Lu Ping, whether it was Lu Ping's blood vessels, core space, or Lu Ping's huge gold core, all of them, without exception, could accommodate more true essence. On the other hand, Lu Ping's original true essence had been refined by the Shenyuan heavy water, making it even purer and more vigorous. This increase and decrease, coupled with the fact that after Lu Ping advanced to the middle stage of core forging, his own true essence had advanced by leaps and bounds, both in quantity and quality. Combining these 2 factors, Lu Ping suddenly discovered that after he advanced to the middle stage of core forging, the true essence in his body was unexpectedly empty, and this feeling of hunger that came from the depths of his blood vessels came from this. However, when Lu Ping's divine sense had changed, he had already been aware of the crisis that was happening on Huangli Island. Fortunately, Hu Lili had temporarily stabilized the situation on Huangli Island with the means she had left behind, so Lu Ping immediately came up with a plan. At this time, if Lu Ping used all his strength to attract the surrounding spiritual qi to his body, and then quickly refined it into true essence, he would naturally be able to quickly make up for the true essence deficit caused by the advancement of his cultivation base. However, in that case, with Lu Ping's current situation, it would inevitably cause a huge phenomenon that was not inferior to the huge phenomenon of advancing to the late stage of core forging. This would cause the monster cultivators who attacked Huangli Island to misunderstand and retreat in panic. In that case, Huangli Island could certainly reduce its losses, but the monster race would not suffer any losses. Since they had come, how could they easily retreat if they did not leave something behind? Lu Ping's eyes overflowed with killing intent. He pressed his palms towards the ground, and the spiritual qi from the 2 small spiritual veins, as well as the rich spiritual qi that had gathered in Lu Ping's cultivation room for the past 2 years, all converged towards Lu Ping's body. Immediately after, the spiritual qi was quickly refined by the North Sea wave listening technique into surging true essence, enriching Lu Ping's blood vessels. At the same time, the true essence was condensed by the blood vessels into true essence, which was then transported to the core space for absorption by the golden core. Relying on his huge divine sense, Lu Ping carefully concentrated the spiritual qi in the cultivation room and did not leak out. Fortunately, Hu Lili seemed to have foresight and insisted on sealing the 2 spiritual veins together in Lu Ping's cultivation room. Otherwise, if Lu Ping did not trigger a celestial phenomenon, it would be very difficult for him to completely restore the true essence in his body in a short period of time. When Lu Ping had almost restored the true essence in his body, it just happened to be the most critical moment for Huangli Island. Lu Ping made a prompt decision to continue to restore the true essence and chose to leave the cultivation room. What kind of concept was it to smelt a heaven-grade spiritual treasure at the middle stage of core forging? Lu Ping was able to support the entire island's protective array formation with just his own Jinyuan. Not only that, but he was also able to withstand the combined attacks of several cultivators in the same realm as him. Luan Yu also tried to do the same, but she was instantly struck by the backlash from the array formation and the attacks from the outside world, causing her to vomit blood. It was clear that Lu Ping's Jinyuan had reached an unimaginable level. As for the reason why Lu Ping only drew 1 spiritual vein to support the operation of the formation plate, apart from Lu Ping's decision to plot against the demon race, the most fundamental reason was that the other spiritual vein had not recovered because Lu Ping had absorbed too much spiritual qi in order to quickly restore his true essence. After advancing to the middle stage of core forging, Lu Ping was eager to understand his own strength, but unfortunately, he encountered Daoist Ma who had intruded on Huangli Island. Lu Ping's 3 pure eyes, which had fused with 4 kinds of heaven-grade spiritual treasures, saw through this seahorse demon at the 5th stage of core forging at a glance. Lu Ping decided to go all out to see what level he had reached. However, he did not expect that the golden scale sword would fly out and launch a great sword technique, directly killing this Daoist Ma. Even Lu Ping himself could not believe this result. Of course, Lu Ping was also suspected of launching a sneak attack and Daoist Ma's lack of foresight. Even so, an ordinary cultivator at the 7th or 8th stage of core forging might not be able to achieve such a result. After killing the demon cultivators who were besieging Hu Lili and the 2 demon cultivators who were fighting against the amethyst demon soldiers commanded by Zheng Jie, the situation on Huangli Island began to turn around. At this time, Lu Ping was not in a hurry to kill all the demon cultivators on Huangli Island. Instead, he wandered around in the sky above Huangli Island. Whenever a cultivator was in danger, he would kill the demon beasts. With Lu Ping's current speed and divine sense, almost the entire Huangli Island was under his control. After a while, the situation on Huangli Island was finally completely reversed. At this time, the blood condensation realm cultivators on Huangli Island had already sensed the arrival of reinforcements from the sudden death of many powerful demon beasts. The morale of the human cultivators on Huangli Island was greatly boosted. The sound of human cultivators chasing and killing the demon beasts could be heard everywhere. With Lu Ping's divine sense, he could even sense the excitement on the faces of these cultivators while they were chasing and killing the demon beasts. Every demonic beast was a cultivation resource. Lu Ping deliberately delayed the speed of the counterattack against the demon race. He wanted to give the core forging realm demon cultivators outside the island a false impression that Huangli Island's resistance against the demon race had reached its limit. As long as more demon beasts were sent into the island, the human cultivators' will to resist would collapse, and Huangli Island would fall. In this way, the core forging realm demon cultivators outside the island would continue to work together to break through the island's grand array. Demon beasts would be continuously sent into Huangli Island for the cultivators on the island to kill. Not only did Huangli Island have to make up for the losses it had suffered, but they also had to profit from it. After Lu Ping came out of seclusion, Hu Lili and Chen Lian were completely relieved. Samling was the most familiar with Lu Ping's aura, so he was the first to notice Lu Ping's appearance. 2 people and 3 snakes started to focus on dealing with their respective opponents. Lu Ping could also sense their thoughts through his divine sense. It seemed like they didn't want Lu Ping to interfere. Instead, they wanted to use their own strength to fight their opponents. Lu Ping smiled. He could understand their thoughts. Hu Lili had been stuck at the bottleneck of the first layer of core forging for many years. Chen Lian also seemed to want to temper himself through battles. As for Samling, Lu Ping was worried that their cultivation would improve too quickly. So, he had been suppressing their cultivation to prevent them from advancing to the core forging realm. At this moment, Samling, who was only at the peak of the blood condensation realm, was attacking a second-layer core forging realm demon cultivator. It seemed like they wanted to prove something to Lu Ping. In any case, the situation on Huangli Island was under his control. Since everyone wanted to play, there was no reason for Lu Ping to stop them. The grand array above the island was once again broken through. Another dozen demon beasts leaped in. Lu Ping smiled coldly and ignored them. He turned around and leisurely patrolled the spiritual energy gathering area on the island. This was an authentic property of Huangli Island. If Lu Ping wanted to make a name for himself on Huangli Island, these spiritual energy gathering areas would be his foundation. After inspecting the area, Lu Ping was very satisfied. Obviously, the cultivators stationed on the island had realized the importance of these spiritual energy gathering areas. After the demon beast horde attacked Huangli Island, many cultivators relied on these spiritual energy gathering areas to defend against the attacks of the demon beasts. As a result, many of the spiritual energy gathering areas were preserved. Although the spiritual fields, spiritual herb gardens, and spiritual material gardens were affected, they did not reach the point of failure. During the process of patrolling, Lu Ping also saw 2 interesting blood refinement minor repairs. Lu Ping had some impression of them. They were both cultivators who had observed Lu Ping's sword practice on Yangshen Peak. The only difference was that one of them was the first to arrive and sat at the front. He insisted on observing the entire process of Lu Ping's sword practice. The other one arrived halfway and hid at the back to observe. In the end, he was the least injured by Lu Ping's aura. In the past 3 years, only these 2 persisted. The corner of Lu Ping's mouth curled up slightly. He ignored them. Chapter 388. Wang Qi thought that he was going to die for sure, but it wasn't his style to just sit back and wait for death. Seeing the 2 demonic beasts getting closer and closer to him, Wang Qi took a deep breath. His right hand, which was holding the flying sword, had a cut on it. Fresh blood flowed down the blade of the flying sword. Wang Qi suddenly rushed towards the mid-blood condensation realm demonic beast. There was no other reason. Since he had to deal a heavy blow to his opponent before he died, he naturally had to target the weakest opponent. If he went for the late blood condensation realm tortoise, he probably wouldn't even be able to scratch its skin. Wang Qi's full force slash was enhanced by the blood refining secret technique, so it was extremely smooth. He seemed to have gained some enlightenment from this slash. The mid-stage blood condensation demonic beast actually couldn't dodge his attack. A shrill roar could be heard, but Wang Qi didn't feel any injuries on his body. Instead, the demonic beast's roar became weaker and weaker. Wang Qi looked up and saw that his full-force slash had only pierced a foot into the demonic beast's body. However, this wasn't enough to cause fatal damage to a mid-stage blood condensation demonic beast. In fact, the demonic beast was still in a pouncing position, as if it was going to pounce on Wang Qi. However, just as it was about to pounce on Wang Qi, the late-stage blood condensation demonic turtle that was originally behind Wang Qi suddenly dashed to the side of the demonic beast. Its huge head stretched forward and bit the demonic beast in mid-air. Wang Qi looked at the scene in front of him in confusion. Then, he saw the demonic turtle throw the heavily injured demonic beast to the ground. Just as the demonic beast was about to hit the ground, a few stone spikes suddenly shot up from the ground and pierced through the demonic beast. The mid-stage blood condensation demonic beast fell to the ground. Dumbfounded, Wang Qi watched as a fat mouse suddenly sprang out from the ground in front of him and hopped onto the back of the monster tortoise. The monster tortoise's head suddenly turned and nodded at Wang Qi. Then, like flowing water, the monster tortoise's feet flashed, carrying the fat mouse on its back to another place. Wang Qi was stunned for a while before he realized that he was still in a dangerous situation with his current cultivation. He hurriedly put the 2 mid-stage blood condensation demonic beast corpses into his storage bag. Then, he frowned as he weighed the storage bag in his hand. It seemed to be full to the point that it couldn't fit anymore. Suddenly, a thunderous explosion came from Huangli Island. Lu Ping frowned and his figure suddenly blurred. It was as if a long line of water was formed in the sky. When he reappeared, he was already beside Hu Lili. Looking at the exhausted Hu Lili, Lu Ping's heart ached a little as he said, "Since we can trap her here, we've already achieved the trial's goal. Why must we pay such a high price to injure her?" At this time, the formation that Hu Lili had set up earlier had been broken. However, the core forging realm human pet that was trapped inside had also been injured by Hu Lili and was unconscious. Hu Lili shook her head and said, "It's different. If it wasn't for the fact that he had a divine sense restriction placed on him, causing his mind to be a little muddled and only know how to attack wildly, I would have to expend a great deal of effort just to trap him, let alone heavily injure him. However, this battle has been of great help to me. Perhaps I'll need to go into closed-door cultivation to prepare for a breakthrough soon." Lu Ping's face lit up. After thinking for a while, he stepped forward and flicked his finger at the human pet. A line of true energy that flashed with blue light entered the human pet's body and completely imprisoned it. "Now it's up to Chen Lian." Lu Ping and Hu Lili looked at each other and smiled. They flew towards Chen Lian, who was fighting another human pet. The human pet that Chen Lian was fighting was actually at the 3rd layer of the core forging realm. However, after being restricted, its mind was somewhat affected. Chen Lian was not an ordinary 2nd layer core forging realm cultivator. Throughout the battle, Chen Lian, who had always had the upper hand, used all of his skills to attack the human pet. The human pet had already been seriously injured and was on the verge of death. Seeing that Lu Ping and Hu Lili had arrived, Chen Lian knew that it was time to end the battle. A ball of flame rose above his head and 18 fireballs flew out in succession. The fireballs surrounded the human pet and burned it to ashes in an instant. Chen Lian's face was deathly pale. Although the human pet could only display 70% or 80% of its strength, its cultivation was still 1 layer higher than Chen Lian's. After this battle, Chen Lian had consumed a lot of energy. "This time, I've gained an advantage. If this person hadn't become a human pet of the demon clan, with his cultivation, it would have been difficult for me to defeat him, let alone kill him." Another loud noise rang out from the island and another hole appeared on the island's defensive array. Tens of yarrow beasts took the opportunity to rush in. The cultivators, who had almost cleared the island, cheered and immediately surrounded the yarrow beasts. A series of banging sounds rang out and the sounds of magic artifacts colliding with each other were mixed with the roars of several yarrow beasts. Not long after, the sounds came to a stop. Chen Lian swallowed a pill to recover his true essence and smiled. "This idea is not bad. This way, although Huangli Island has suffered a disaster, the surviving cultivators may have profited from the disaster and made a big profit. Huangli Island will become even more prosperous in the future." Lu Ping shook his head slightly and smiled. "There's still one last step. Otherwise, even if Huangli Island's reputation soars after this battle, I'm afraid there will still be cultivators who have concerns. After all, this time, the core forging demon clan cultivators attacked the island's protective array." Hu Lili thought for a while and said, "You mean the core forging demon clan cultivators outside? They are not alone. Chen Lian and I have almost no combat power left. Are you going to rely on yourself? What's more, they are now using the demon clan cultivators outside the island to continuously send demon beasts into the island. If you leave the island, they will immediately realize that it is impossible to capture Huangli Island." Lu Ping said helplessly, "I'm afraid they can't wait any longer. I believe the sect's reinforcements will arrive soon. If we don't act now, when the reinforcements arrive, the demon clan cultivators will automatically retreat. The prestige of Huangli Island will be greatly reduced. Moreover, I'm afraid the demon clan cultivators outside the island have already realized that something is wrong. Finished speaking, Lu Ping smiled at the two of them. Then, he walked out of the island's protective array with his sword. Chen Lian looked at Hu Lily's calm expression and said with some uncertainty, "Can he do it? There is more than one core forging demon clan cultivator outside." Hu Lily smiled and said, "How many things have you seen him do that he has no confidence in?" Chen Lian shrugged his shoulders. The two of them returned to the Immortals' Cave together. At this time, the third spirit vein in the Immortals' Cave had already recovered. A rich spiritual qi filled the Immortals' Cave. The two of them each found a place to recover the true essence in their bodies. Outside the island, Daoist Master Lu Hai had already realized that something was wrong. However, before they could discuss a countermeasure, a young human cultivator suddenly rushed out from the island's protective array. Daoist Master Lu Hai and the others had a look of joy on their faces. They thought that the cultivators on the island had finally collapsed and were ready to leave the island to escape. However, they suddenly discovered that they could not detect the cultivation of this cultivator. They could only feel the vigorous true essence in this person's body, causing all the demon clan cultivators present to tremble from the bottom of their hearts. Then, the young man who rushed out revealed his sharp claws and teeth. A dazzling golden light, like the rising sun, soaked the sea in a golden color. Then, there seemed to be countless golden sword lights appearing in the boundless golden sea, forming a world of golden sword lights. When the 5 core forging cultivators saw that the cultivator who rushed out of the protective array was actually attacking 5 core forging cultivators, they all had a look of ridicule on their faces. They were ready to teach this arrogant guy an unforgettable lesson for the rest of his life. However, when the golden radiance dyed the entire surface of the sea, and everyone seemed to be surrounded by this golden region, Adept Lu Hai's expression finally changed. Sword formation. This is a sword formation, the perfection realm of sword art's great divine ability. How is this possible? How is this possible? Who are you? He is the cultivator who led the attack on Huangli Island. He is Lu Xianping. When Lu Ping looked at the last person who spoke, he unexpectedly discovered that it was an acquaintance. It was the demon clan cultivator who was stationed on Huangli Island, Daoist Master Yu Hua. That year, Lu Ping took Huangli Island from his hands and severely injured him. Unexpectedly, he had recovered in the past few years. Lu Ping's sword array was so powerful that it could only be supported by dense arcane energy. In addition, his divine sense was as strong as a late core forging realm cultivator's. The 5 monster core forging realm cultivators couldn't even put up the slightest resistance. Then, Lu Ping heard Adept Lu Ping shouting, "Let's work together to break this sword array first. Otherwise, none of us will have an easy time." Lu Ping's expression turned cold. A cold snort resounded in everyone's ears like a clap of thunder, causing the 5 demon clan core forging cultivators to tremble. However, as the sword array was a great swordsmanship, its prestige was truly astonishing. In addition, no one could see through Lu Ping's strength. Even Daoist Master Yu Hua was bewildered when he saw Lu Ping. How is this possible? How is this possible? Isn't this a divine sense that only late core forging cultivators can possess? How can his divine sense pressure be so tyrannical? Even cultivators of the same level can be suppressed by him. As a result, the monster cultivators, who worked together, soon pierced a hole in Lu Ping's sword array, just like how they pierced through the island's protective array formation. Daoist Master Lu Hai was the first to fly out of the hole. Immediately after, 2 more people flew out. Lu Ping couldn't stop them in time. However, just as the 4th demon clan core forging cultivator was about to leave the hole, a huge seal came crashing down from the sky, forcing the demon clan core forging cultivator back into the sword array. Daoist Master Yu Hua took this opportunity to slip out of the hole. Soon after, he heard a miserable cry from the sword array. Obviously, the 4th core forging cultivator had been crushed. Just as Daoist Master Yu Hua was secretly rejoicing in his good luck, he suddenly saw several rays of light flying over from the west of Huangli Island. Daoist Master Yu Hua felt even more fortunate. Those rays of light were obviously the reinforcements of Junling. If he was one step slower, even if he could escape from the sword array, he would be blocked by these reinforcements. A thought suddenly appeared in Daoist Master Yu Hua's mind. After I return, I must leave the war with the humans and return to the Demon Sea region. Even if I have to ruin my family's reputation, I don't care. However, Daoist Master Yu Hua's wish was destined to be unfulfilled. The pupils of Daoist Master Shen Chang and the others who came to help from afar all shrank. They saw Daoist Master Yu Hua, who had already flown hundreds of meters away, suddenly split into two halves in the sky. Then, blood fell from the sea. At this moment, the entire Huangli Island was intact. It was enveloped by the island's protective formation. At the top of the protective formation, Lu Ping stood with his hands behind his back. He looked at Daoist Master Shen Chang and the other Demon Clan core forging cultivators with a smile. Chapter 389. Just before Junling's reinforcements arrived, Daoist Mo Wei, who was fighting with Daoist Chu Shencheng in the sky, seemed to have received some news and quickly retreated. The black clouds in the sky shrank without a trace in the blink of an eye, but the red clouds representing Daoist Chu Shencheng occupied more than half of the sky, then gradually shrank. Lu Ping looked at the people who stopped in front of Huangli Island's formation, smiled and cupped his hands. Disciple of Chonghua sect, Lu Shenping, greets martial uncle. The situation in front of them was obviously beyond the expectation of Daoist Shencheng and Daoist Shenqing. Both of their expressions changed as if they were thinking about something, but no one spoke first. Instead, Daoist Xuanhe said, "You are martial nephew Shenping? You are indeed a promising young man, worthy of being the disciple of senior sister Tianling. Have the demon cultivators on Huangli Island been repelled?" Lu Ping knew that everyone still had a lot of doubts in their hearts, but they were too embarrassed to say it, so he moved sideways and said, "The demon race has indeed retreated, please enter the island to talk." Everyone had some doubts about Lu Ping's ability to defend Huangli Island. After hearing this, the group of 8 all passed through the island's protective formation. Just as everyone passed through the island's protective formation through their identity nameplates, a burst of chaotic cheers directly poured into the ears of the Daoist masters of core forging realm. But then the entire Huangli Island quieted down, because the 9 core forging realm cultivators, including Lu Ping, who had just entered the island's protective formation, was too shocking. Before the battle, there were a total of nearly 700 cultivators on Huangli Island. After the bloody battle, there were only more than 400 left on the island. More than 200 cultivators died in this battle, but almost all of the cultivators who survived collected a lot of cultivation resources through this battle. Everyone's face was not filled with joy after surviving a disaster, but joy of returning with a full load. Among the 8 Daoist masters who came to support from Di Kuan Island, except for Daoist Shen Cheng, who was a late core forging realm cultivator, the rest were middle core forging realm experts. The scene of the cultivators on Huangli Island naturally fell into everyone's eyes. Looking at the 6 corpses of core forging cultivators on Huangli Island, everyone looked at Lu Ping in disbelief. Daoist Mystic Crane asked directly, "Martial nephew Lu, there are a total of 6 people attacking Huangli Island?" Lu Ping could sense that what Reverend Mysterious Crane really wanted to ask was, 6 core forging cultivators attacked Huangli Island. After losing the protection of the island's grand formation, how did the cultivators on the island manage to kill these 6 demon cultivators? However, this was Lu Ping's own method. He would not share it with his own kind and expose his trump card. Lu Ping led everyone to the cave residence. The moment they entered the cave residence, the dense spirit qi made everyone feel refreshed. They saw Chen Lian and Hu Lily waiting respectfully in the cave residence. Now that Lu Ping had defeated the demon race before they came to support, Daoist Shencheng and Daoist Shenqing had no reason to occupy Huangli Island. However, looking at the 6 corpses of core forging cultivators on the ground, feeling the dense spirit qi in the cave residence, and looking at the harvest of the hundreds of cultivators outside the cave residence, Daoist Shencheng and the others were silent and unwilling. Daoist Shen Qing pondered for a moment and said, "Martial nephew Lu, The defense of Huangli Island is a bit weak. Why don't you let senior brother Shencheng transfer 2 middle core forging cultivators to help you defend Huangli Island? This way, the demon race won't be able to attack Huangli Island again and cause heavy casualties. What do you think? Hu Lili and Chen Lian were both smart people. How could they not hear the hidden meaning in Daoist Shenqing's words? Their faces turned cold. Lu Ping said with a smile, "Martial uncle came late. Do you know how many demon race core forging cultivators attacked Huangli Island this time?" Daoist Shenqing was stunned. He couldn't help but ask, "How many?" Lu Ping said, "The monster race is launching a large-scale attack this time. Other than enlightened Master Mo Wei who's holding junior martial uncle Chu back, there are a total of 11 core forging monster cultivators, including these 2 early core forging monster human pets. Among them, 6 are mid-core forging monster cultivators." Daoist Shenqing and the others sucked in a breath of cold air. Daoist Shen, he directly asked, "Then how can you defend Huangli Island?" After saying this, Daoist Shen he realized that his question was a bit inappropriate. He couldn't help but smile apologetically at Lu Ping. Lu Ping didn't mind. He waved his hand at the ground and 2 more core forging cultivators' corpses fell to the ground. Looking at the corpses of the 8 core forging cultivators on the ground, Daoist Master Shenqing and the others were speechless. One had to know that among the 8 corpses, 3 were mid-stage core forging demon cultivators, and 1 was even a 5th-layer core forging cultivator. This result ranked second in Zhenling's sect since the Beast Tide and the war between the humans and monsters began. It was second only to Guo Shenshan, Liang Shenfeng, Li Shenyin, Chu Shencheng, and the others during the Tianling Dharma Phenomenon Assembly. Others might not know about that, but cultivators like enlightened Master Shenchang knew that at least 2 core forging realm cultivators had died in Lu Ping's hands, and one of them was a mid-core forging realm monster cultivator. However, the sect didn't announce this to the public because they wanted to protect Lu Ping. Since the monster race had suffered a great loss, there was no reason for them to sully their own reputation. Thus, the 2 sects tacitly kept quiet about the war. However, it must be known who fought the last time. Guo Shenshan and the others were the strongest existences below the Zhenling Dharma phenomenon Laozu, so it was normal for them to have such a result. But who was it this time? Were they the 3rd-generation disciples of Zhenling? Everyone's heart sank. When they looked at Lu Ping again, there was a trace of fear and respect in their eyes. They feared his unfathomable strength, but they also respected his unfathomable strength. Lu Ping brought out the core forging beast cultivator's corpse because he wanted to make it clear to the enlightened masters that the so-called addition of 2 mid-core forging martial uncles was unnecessary. If it were 2 other mid-core forging martial uncles, would they be able to achieve such a result? At least, 6th-stage core forging cultivators like Daoist Shenqing and Daoist Shen he didn't have much confidence. At this time, Daoist Shenqing and Daoist Shen he realized that they couldn't see through Lu Ping's cultivation. The 2 looked at each other and could see the shock in each other's eyes. Only Daoist Shen Chang's face became a little solemn. He said, "Martial nephew Lu, have you broken through to the mid-stage core forging?" Sure enough, he was worthy of being a late-stage core forging cultivator, but there was a trace of uncertainty in his word. Lu Ping smiled and didn't speak, but he also didn't deny it. Just when the scene became a little awkward, Lu Ping and Daoist Shen Chang both moved slightly and looked outside the cave mansion. A moment later, a burly middle-aged man with a red face walked in. Lu Ping, Hu Lili, and the others quickly bowed and saluted, "Martial Uncle Chu." On the other side, Daoist Shen Chang and the others also respectfully said, "Senior brother Chu." Daoist Chu Shencheng nodded and said with a smile, "Haha, little Lu, you actually broke through to the mid-stage core forging, but why does your body look so strange? It's really unreasonable." When Daoist Chu Shencheng came, the gap was obvious. They were both late-stage core forging cultivators, but Daoist Chu Shencheng could see the level of Lu Ping's cultivation at a glance. He could also sense the surge of Lu Ping's strength, but Daoist Shen Chang was somewhat uncertain. When Daoist Chu Shencheng saw the 8 corpses on the ground, he also turned to Lu Ping in surprise and asked, "These died in your hands?" Lu Ping waved his hand and said, "How could Disciple be so powerful? It was Disciple who killed them with the help of senior sister Hu Lily and senior brother Chen Lian." Daoist Shen Qing was so angry that his teeth itched. When Lu Ping showed the corpses of the monster cultivators, it was obvious that he was showing off his strength to the people who came to Earth Kuan Island. At this time, he put on a humble look and pushed the credit to his companions. When Daoist Chu Shencheng entered the cave mansion, he noticed the strange atmosphere in the cave mansion. When he looked at the corpses on the ground, he guessed the essence of the matter. He immediately said, "This time the monster race attacked, including that bastard Hay miscellaneous fish. 8 of the 12 core forging cultivators were lost. At this time, the opponent is at his weakest. I think Hay miscellaneous fish has already asked for help elsewhere, but it will take some time for the reinforcements to arrive. Since junior brothers are here, I can't let you come here for nothing. How about it? Do you have the guts to follow old Chu and do something big? This time, we will go straight to the nest of Hay miscellaneous fish. This time, with junior brother Shen Chang's help, it is not impossible to kill Hay miscellaneous fish here." Daoist Chu Xuancheng's words made everyone's blood boil. To put it bluntly, after Daoist Shen Chang and the others rushed here, they were also full of grievances. They originally wanted to fight with the monster race and make some contributions. But they only saw a few figures running away. Originally, they wanted to plot for the right to guard Huangli Island, but Lu Ping flaunted the idea away with a few words. 8 mid and late core forging realm cultivators had come all the way here, but in the end, they accomplished nothing. How could they bear to lose face? Hearing Daoist Chu Xuancheng's words, Daoist Shen Chang immediately said, "As you say, senior brother." Daoist Shen Qing, Daoist Shen He, and the others were also happy. This was a chance to make a contribution. The monster race was injured, and this was a chance to beat them when they were down. They immediately said that they would go. Lu Ping secretly sighed. After all, the older the ginger, the spicier it was. Daoist Chu Shencheng came out, and with a few words, not only did he make Daoist Shen Chang and the others lose the stage, he also helped him out. "Okay, it's decided, let's go now." Daoist Chu Shencheng waved his hand, then turned to Lu Ping and said, "Little Lu, you don't have to go this time. Huangli Island has also suffered a lot from this battle, you need to stay and guard it. At the same time, when everyone goes out, there needs to be someone important to look after the place. You also need to pay attention to Shen Qi Island. This time, the monster race was actually able to sneak into the island. It is hard to guarantee that there are people who are not enemies. You also need to be more careful." Lu Ping was full of admiration for Daoist Chu Xuancheng's methods, and replied respectfully, "I will follow Uncle Master's instructions." Chapter 390. Lu Ping was more than willing to accept Daoist Master Chu Xuancheng's suggestion. Lu Ping had already smelled a conspiracy in the Battle of Huangli Island. Since Lu Ping returned to the East China Sea, he had been in the limelight too much. He really didn't want to be the focus of everyone in the cultivation world. The demon race had already suffered a crushing defeat in the sea area of Huangli Island. Although beating the drowning dog was icing on the cake, it was still the end of the battle. Daoist Master Chu Xuancheng's arrangement could not only share the credit with Daoist Master Shencheng and the others, but also divert the attention of the North China Sea cultivation world from Huangli Island and Lu Ping. Lu Ping was naturally happy to see this. After sending away Chu Shencheng and the others, Lu Ping turned around and said with a smile, "After spending most of the day, it's finally time for us to see the harvest." Among the 5 early-stage core forging realm cultivators, because the 2 core forging realm human pets had nothing else on them except for 2 magic weapons, Hu Lily and Chen Lian, including Zheng Jie, each got a demonic cultivator's storage artifact. The 2 magic weapons of the human pets were also given to Hu Lily and Chen Lian to deal with. Zheng Jie didn't expect that she would also get a share. She said rather embarrassedly, "It was all thanks to junior brother Lu Ping's amethyst demon weapon that I was able to stop a core forging realm cultivator. For this, I lost more than 100 amethyst wasps. How can I take more?" Chen Lian said with a smile, "If you hadn't blocked one of them, I definitely wouldn't have been able to resist the attack of 2 demonic cultivators. Who Lily also said, you are only one step away from the core forging realm. With this harvest, I think you have accumulated enough and can prepare to break through to the core forging realm. Seeing that everyone was like this, Zheng Jie was very excited to put away the storage artifact of a core forging realm demonic cultivator. The biggest harvest naturally belonged to Lu Ping himself. In the Battle of Huangli Island, a total of 3 core forging realm beast cultivators had fallen at the hands of Lu Ping. Looking through the storage artifacts of the 3 people, Lu Ping found 6 magic treasures. However, there was only 1 psychic treasure. A magic treasure that could condense the 4th restriction, whether it was the material of the magic treasure, the rarity of the restriction, or the difficulty of refining it, could be said to have a qualitative leap in magic treasures. Therefore, in the cultivation world, it might not be a big deal for an early core forging realm cultivator to have their own magic treasure, but for a mid-core forging realm cultivator to have a spiritual magic treasure was an extraordinary thing. The spiritual magic treasure in Lu Ping's hand was something like a horsewhip. It was the treasure obtained from Sage Ma, the first person Lu Ping killed. Unfortunately, this magic treasure was not easy for Lu Ping to use. Thinking of Sage Ma, Lu Ping's mind suddenly recalled what he said at that time. Lu Ping narrowed his eyes. This person kept talking about the North Sea and could see through Samling's background. Could it be that this person was not from the North Sea Demon Clan, but from the East Sea? Psychic magic treasures were also rare items among cultivators in the middle stage of the core forging realm. The Demon Clan was usually inferior to the Human Clan in refining tools and elixirs. Coupled with the poor cultivation resources in the North Sea, none of the other demon cultivators in the middle stage of the core forging realm who came to attack Huangli Island had a psychic magic treasure, but Master Ma had one. Thinking of the rich cultivation world in the East Sea, Lu Ping was more and more certain that Master Ma should be from the East Sea Demon Clan. When Lu Ping was traveling in the East Sea, he had heard of the Seahorse Clan among the East Sea Demon Clans. They were the best at long-distance flying. Could it be that this person was on an important mission from the East Sea to the North Sea? Lu Ping pondered for a long time, the expression on his face changing. No one knew what he was thinking. After a while, he put these magic treasures into his storage ring. In addition to these magic treasures, Lu Ping also collected a batch of spiritual herbs from the 3 people. There were hundreds of spiritual herbs ranging from 500 years old to 1,000 years old. The sea was boundless, and there were countless treasures in it. These demon clan lived in the sea all year round, so they were the best at collecting spiritual herbs. What made Lu Ping's eyes brighten were 70 or 80 high-grade spirit stones. Since Lu Ping advanced to the core forging stage, whether it was cultivation, alchemy, or the continuous attacks of the demon clan, the consumption of mid-grade spirit stones had become less and less able to meet Lu Ping's needs. However, the number of high-grade spirit stones was not abundant. The high-grade spirit stones that Lu Ping had accumulated over the years had basically been exhausted. This time, the high-grade spirit stones that he harvested could temporarily alleviate Lu Ping's situation, but it could only alleviate it. After Lu Ping advanced to the middle core forging stage, due to the characteristics of the Shenyuan heavy water, Lu Ping's zhenqi would become unimaginably vigorous during his cultivation process. Thus, the consumption of spirit stones would reach a point that even a late core forging stage cultivator would be speechless. This was also a matter that could not be helped. While the Shenyuan heavy water brought unparalleled vigorous zhenqi to the cultivator, it also greatly slowed down the cultivator's cultivation speed. If Lu Ping wanted to alleviate this situation, then using high-grade spirit stones to cultivate was one of the ways. Of course, it could only alleviate it. The rest of the low-grade spirit stones added up to 1 million. Lu Ping put them away. At this time, the low-grade spirit stones were just numbers in his eyes. Lu Ping looked at a milky white jade-like thing in his hand with some uncertainty. This jade-like thing was also found in Daoist Ma's storage device. Lu Ping's divine sense could detect that it contained a rich and vigorous spiritual qi. It was even richer than the miniature spirit gathering pearl that Lu Ping once had. Could this thing be? Lu Ping patted the ground with his palm. Dabao suddenly jumped out from the ground that Lu Ping had patted. His inquiring eyes did not look at Lu Ping. He was attracted by the palm-sized milky white jade in Lu Ping's hand. Lu Ping was already 70 to 80% sure in his heart. However, the corner of his mouth still revealed a trace of a smirk. He held the jade and moved it closer to Dabao. Dabao hesitantly took a step back. However, he immediately moved forward 2 steps. Lu Ping also placed the jade in front of Dabao's nose. Dabao fiercely sniffed the jade twice. His bean-sized eyes suddenly narrowed, revealing an expression of extreme enjoyment. Then, he began to stagger as if he was drunk. He staggered toward the golden house, which had become 2 feet tall. However, at this moment, the door of the golden house seemed to suddenly split into several in Dabao's eyes. The staggering Dabao clearly walked toward one of them. However, he felt a pain in his head. When he looked again, he actually bumped into the stone steps on the side of the golden house. Seeing Dabao fail to enter the door of the golden house several times in a row, Lu Ping laughed out loud. However, it was not because Dabao made a fool of himself, but because of the milky white jade in his hand. In the world of cultivation, there was a saying called spirit intoxication. Due to the excessive concentration of spiritual qi, some cultivators or yarrow beasts who were sensitive to spiritual qi would experience a phenomenon where the true essence and magic power within their body would become chaotic. The specific manifestation of this phenomenon was as if they were drunk. Thus, it was called spirit intoxication. The jade in Lu Ping's hand was also a type of spirit stone. Moreover, it was not an ordinary spirit stone. It was a spirit stone of the highest grade that Fa Xiong Laozu would often use. A spirit stone of the highest grade could only appear in large spirit mines. In the world of cultivation, a spirit stone of the highest grade was almost exclusively used by Fa Xiong Laozu. Lu Ping did not expect himself to be so lucky to be able to obtain a spirit stone of the highest grade. According to the common saying in the world of cultivation, a spirit stone of the highest grade was equivalent to 100 spirit stones of the highest grade. That was equivalent to 1,000,000 spirit stones. However, which cultivator in the world of cultivation would be foolish enough to exchange a spirit stone of the highest grade for 1,000,000 spirit stones? As for the use of top-grade spirit stones, after obtaining this top-quality spirit stone, Lu Ping was already overjoyed, but the surprise of today's battle seemed to be far more than that. Lu Ping played with the 2 stone-like objects in his hands. One was brown, and the other was black. These were 2 kinds of heaven and earth oddities. The brown one was the earth-attributed primordial brown stone, while the black one was the metal-attributed ferrotungsten. Metal elemental treasures were one thing, but earth elemental treasures were extremely rare in the outer seas. Not only were earth elemental treasures rare, earth elemental cultivation resources and earth elemental cultivation techniques were also rare in the outer seas. In order to help Dabao advance to the late blood condensation realm, Lu Ping had asked a few of his good friends to spend a lot of effort to find a few suitable earth elemental condensed blood pearls. Lu Ping had seen and obtained plenty of heaven and earth phase through various means and fortuitous encounters. However, he had never seen an earth attribute heaven and earth phase before. It wasn't that there weren't any earth elemental cultivation resources in the outer seas, but they were extremely rare. The truly abundant earth elemental cultivation resources were on the mainland, in the Middle Earth, which represented the highest level of cultivation in the world. The Middle Earth was truly a place that people yearned for. According to Lu Ping's knowledge, the truly outstanding Zhenling cultivators, such as the 3 truths and 4 spirits, had mostly traveled to the Middle Earth. The Middle Earth's cultivation world was truly a place that people yearned for. Lu Ping collected his thoughts and began to ponder over the 2 heaven and earth fey treasures again. After a long while, he finally summoned the 7 Thunder Treasures calabash. Although Lu Ping didn't think about perfecting the 7 Thunder Treasures calabash, which seemed to be an impossible treasure, but these heaven and earth fey treasures were coincidentally obtained. If Lu Ping didn't use them, it would be a waste. It would be better to integrate them into the Thunder Calabash. Every 3 heaven and earth fey treasures could form a small magical power. Under Lu Ping's control, a small golden sword flew out of the Thunder Calabash and rotated around the ferrotungsten. In Lu Ping's spiritual force, he could clearly sense that the essence of the ferrotungsten was slowly being absorbed by the small golden sword. However, the small golden sword not only didn't grow bigger, but showed signs of shrinking. As for the other piece of origin brownstone, it was wrapped in a mass of yellow air. The yellow air mass was like a cloud of dust, and the origin brownstone was slowly decomposing, turning into a mass of brown dust mixed with the yellow air mass. The entire air mass also turned yellowish-brown. Chapter 391. After fusing with the origin brownstone, the number of Earth attribute natural treasures in the 7 treasures thunder calabash had increased to 2. However, in order to form a minor divine ability like the 5th Earthian thunder, it was still missing an Earth attribute natural treasure. After fusing with the tungsten iron, the small golden sword gradually formed a lightning pattern on the surface of the sword. Traces of electricity flowed between the patterns. Obviously, the tungsten iron was the 3rd metal attribute treasure in the 7 thunder treasures calabash. The 7th metal element yin thunder had already formed. In the cultivation room of the cave, Lu Dagui was lying in the pool of the cultivation room. Seeing Lu Ping come in, he floated up from the bottom of the water. So, there are indeed demon race cultivators from the East Sea coming to the North Sea, and a lot of them? After listening to Lu Dagui's experience in the past few years, he asked, "You followed Green Sea Sage to the back of the demon race's sea region. Do you know what he wanted to give you? It should be a heaven-class treasure for a late core forging stage demon cultivator." Lu Dagui was still a bit slow in speaking, but at least his sentences were more coherent. Hearing that it was a heaven-class treasure, even the corner of Lu Ping's eyes couldn't help but tremble. He asked, "Do you know what kind of treasure it is? Who was it given to?" Lu Dagui's long neck swayed left and right as he said, "I don't know, but that person was full of joy after receiving the treasure. Moreover, that person seemed to have an extremely noble status. When Green Sea Sage saw that person, he was extremely humble and called him Lord Aou. Aou, Lu Ping silently remembered this name, then said to Lu Dagui, "Dagui, sort out what you saw and heard in the demon race's rear sea region in the past few years, especially the route you passed this time. Carefully recall all the demon race cultivators you met and came into contact with along the way and remember them." After that, Lu Ping ignored Lu Dagui and went straight out of the practice room. He took a sound transmission sword in his hand and said a few words to the sword. Then, he sealed a chi in it. He made a few gestures and chanted a few spells. Then, the surface of the sound transmission sword flashed with golden light. It left Lu Ping's palm and flew toward the Eastern Sea region. What happened? Why are you so anxious to send a sound transmission sword to Martial Uncle Chu? Behind Lu Ping, who Lily gracefully walked out of the cave abode. She glanced in the direction where the magic sword flew and asked curiously. Lu Ping didn't hide anything and said directly, "According to the news Dagui brought back, there seems to be a large number of East Sea Demon Clan in the vicinity." A few days later, Daoist Master Chu Shencheng and the other 9 people returned to Huangli Island. Among them, Daoist Master Shen Qing and 2 middle-stage core forging cultivators suffered serious injuries. Lu Ping's heart sank when he saw that everyone's face was solemn. However, he still asked Daoist Master Chu Shencheng with some doubts, "Martial Uncle, this time, didn't it go well?" Daoist Master Chu glanced at Lu Ping and said with a forced smile, "It went well. Only 2 core forging stage demon cultivators escaped. That black trash was also seriously injured by the old man and junior brother Shencheng. It's hard to say whether there's any hope for him to reach the transcendent stage in the future. After that, we chased them all the way and encountered a few ignorant core forging stage demon cultivators along the way. We also killed them." Lu Ping saw that no one died in the group and that the pursuit was quite fruitful. But why did Chu Shencheng and the others look so depressed? Lu Ping turned around and asked Daoist Master Shen He. Daoist Master Shen He glanced at Daoist Master Shen Chang and Daoist Master Shen Qing before telling Lu Ping in detail about the pursuit of the Demon Clan cultivators. It turned out that day, under the leadership of Daoist Master Chu Shencheng, 9 core forging stage demon clan cultivators attacked the demon clan's encampment outside the sea of Huangli Island. The encampment was quickly destroyed, and in the chaotic battle, Daoist Master Mo Wei was jointly attacked by Daoist Master Chu and Daoist Master Shen Chang. In terms of real strength, Daoist Master Mo Wei was not as strong as Daoist Master Chu. Now that he was attacked by the two of them, he was quickly defeated. Daoist Master Chu took advantage of the opportunity and used a great spell to severely injure him. The other Daoists also had their own gains. Not only were 2 core forging stage demon cultivators killed, but the entire demon clan encampment outside Huangli Island was also looted by the Daoists. After that, the group chased after the fleeing demon clan cultivators and made some gains along the way until Daoist Master Chu Shencheng received an urgent message from Lu Ping. At first, the group naturally did not believe it. However, later on, Daoist Master Chu Shencheng found signs of the demon clan's reinforcements. Thus, the group set up an ambush and captured a core forging stage demon cultivator. After using the soul-searching technique, they found out that not only was what Lu Ping said true, but the East Sea Demon Clan, North Sea Demon Clan, and South Sea Demon Clan had already begun to secretly contact each other with the intention of forming an alliance. At the same time, more than 10 core forging stage demon cultivators had been transferred from various places and surrounded the group, ready to ambush and kill them. Even a Transcendence Demon Clan Laozu had secretly rushed over. After everyone received the news, they were shocked. They no longer cared about killing the demon clan and rushed back. Daoist Master Chu Shencheng and the others did not stay on Huangli Island for long. The teleportation formation on Huangli Island had already been rebuilt by Hu Lili. Daoist Master Chu Shencheng also did not return to Shenqi Island. After the report, the news had already begun to spread in the North Sea cultivation world. These days, the number of cultivators on Huangli Island began to increase again. In order to prevent the teleportation formation on Huangli Island from being easily destroyed like the last time, Hu Lili specially set up a protective formation around the teleportation formation. At the same time, Lu Ping applied to the sect to borrow 2 teams of blood condensation cultivators, a total of 12 blood condensation cultivators. In addition to the previous 12 blood condensation cultivators, the small Huangli Island had a total of 24 cultivators responsible for patrolling the island and the sea. You want to go back to Qianling Mountain? Is it also because of the Overseas Demon Clan Alliance? Hu Lili asked in confusion. In her impression, Lu Ping rarely cared about such things. Other than that, I also want to find out about the attack on Huangli Island. Hu Lili said attentively, did you notice something? Was there really a thief in the family? Lu Ping shook his head and said, I can't be sure, but there are too many suspicious points in this matter. I have to carefully think about it. If it was just a coincidence, then it's fine, but if there really was someone behind the scenes plotting against us, then a tooth for a tooth, an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. We can't just suffer this loss. Hu Lili smiled and said, outsiders only saw you taking advantage of them this time. That's why we have to find out the cause and effect of this matter. This time it was a fluke. If we don't know the reason, we may not be so lucky next time. If you leave, Huangli Island's defense will be empty. Hu Lili was still a little worried. Lu Ping smiled and said, don't worry, the demon clan won't come again in a short period of time. Moreover, the 3 spirit veins are empty now. Once someone invades, with the support of the 3 spirit veins, even a core forging late-stage cultivator may not be able to break the island's protective formation in a short period of time. Lu Ping thought for a moment and said, I left Samling behind. After the battle, the 3 of them have been clamoring to break through to the core forging stage. I've already promised them, and the 3 little guys have happily gone into closed-door cultivation. You must remember not to let them show themselves in front of others before they transform. If someone finds out about them, it will cause trouble. Hu Lili nodded, but Lu Ping continued, after I return to Qianling Mountain, I will send little China back. This way, the island's strength can be increased. This time, if little China hadn't coincidentally been taken away by little junior sister, you wouldn't have fallen into such a dangerous situation. Hu Lili blinked her eyes and said, Don't tell me that you also suspect that little Qin was deliberately taken away by someone. Lu Ping smiled bitterly and said, why is it impossible? Little junior sister wouldn't do that, but it's hard to say that no one encouraged her. Little Qin is a core forging stage demon cultivator and is an important force of Huangli Island. Taking little Qin away will weaken Huangli Island's defense. Seeing that Lu Ping had arranged everything so carefully, Lily felt that something was wrong the more she thought about it. She asked again, are you going somewhere again this time? Will it take a long time? Lu Ping thought for a moment and said, maybe. If there is a need, I might have to go back to the East Sea first. Everything on Huangli Island will depend on you. Other than you, no one is allowed to enter the cultivation room. The spatial artifact inside cannot be seen by anyone. Luan Yu is a good friend of mine, but his identity is more sensitive than Samling's, so he won't reveal himself in front of others. But when I'm not around, he can be in charge of alchemy. Luan Yu's talent in alchemy is even higher than mine. It's only because my cultivation is a step higher than his that I'm inferior to him. Before returning to Huangli Island, Lu Ping secretly set up a small transmission array with Chen Lian in the underwater cave where they discovered the Spirit Ashen Earth mine. They secretly sent some blood-refining realm cultivators to Huangli Island to the underwater cave to mine the Spirit Ashen Earth mine. The Spirit Stalk Earth was an essential spirit ore for forging high-grade defensive magic treasures. Even some top-grade magic treasures required Spirit Stalk Earth. Its value was considerable for blood condensation realm cultivators. In front of Tianling Mountain's Hall of Repetitive Beauty, Lu Ping looked at the tightly shut main hall in shock. His teacher wasn't in Tianling Mountain and had been away for more than 10 days. This was the time when the monster race launched a large-scale attack on Huangli Island. Could this be a conspiracy? Lu Ping had no choice but to look for second senior sister Li Xuanru, but he couldn't find her. Fortunately, second senior sister's disciple informed Lu Ping that not only Li Xuanru, but third senior sister Zhao Xuanji and fourth senior sister Wang Xianjing had also left with their teacher. Helpless, Lu Ping could only return to his hearing surf manor. But just as he walked past the mountainside, he heard a shrill screech, followed by a roar, "What a good bird demon! How dare you sneak into my Zhenling manor? You're seeking death." Lu Ping's expression changed. He immediately sent his divine sense in the direction of the roar. Then, suppressing his anger, Lu Ping disappeared in the blink of an eye. Chapter 392. Lu Qin didn't expect that she would suddenly be attacked by a mid-stage core forging cultivator on Tianling Mountain. 5 spiraling and intertwining qi attacked her. Lu Qin's entire body was suddenly covered with a green veil, and she tried her best to escape. However, this attack seemed to have been prepared for a long time, and all of Lu Qin's escape routes had been calculated. Lu Qin saw that she couldn't escape, and her eyes suddenly turned a blazing white. She knocked the jade bracelets on her wrist, and a black poisonous flame instantly floated out. At the same time, Lu Qin opened her mouth, and a ball of life core fire also flew out. Then, she opened her left hand, and a scarlet flame appeared. The 3 flames were different in strength, and they flew in front of Lu Qin in a triangular formation. At this moment, Lu Qin's small face turned red, and she tried her best to dodge. Her hands formed several hand signs, and the 3 flames suddenly merged into a blazing white flame. The flame then turned into a foot-long fire luan, and it rushed towards the 5 qi attacks that were trying to strangle Lu Qin. 3 consecutive explosions sounded, and the fire luan destroyed the 3 qi attacks. However, the fire luan was also exhausted by the 3 qi attacks, and it turned into nothingness in the sky. Although the power of the 2 qi attacks had been greatly weakened, Lu Qin's jade bracelet made a sound, and an ice wall appeared in front of her. However, Lu Qin was still unable to fully display the power of the ice and fire bracelets. The fire bracelet's power was greatly weakened in her hands. Although the ice wall formed by the ice true water blocked one of the qi attacks, the other qi attack still hit Lu Qin's body, and Lu Qin's bright red face suddenly turned deathly white. "Hey, I didn't think that a bird demon like you would be able to use a small magical technique. The assailant clearly hadn't expected Lu Qin'er to be able to take on his sneak attack with all his might. 2 balls of light, green and red, flickered on Lu Qin'er's body. When the balls of light disappeared, a Luan with a wingspan of 30 feet suddenly appeared in midair. It flew towards a cultivator in his 30s and let out an angry screech. What a Luan! Not only did you sneak into my Zhenling's place of inheritance, you even dared to resist. Today, I'll skin you alive, pull out your bones, and dig out your yarrow core. The cultivator sneered and stretched out his hand towards the sky. A giant hand formed by essence qi suddenly appeared above Lu Qin'er's head and grabbed towards her. At this time, Lu Qin'er was already seriously injured. After transforming back to her original form, she was unable to move under the cultivator's essence qi hand. Just as Lu Qin'er was about to be captured, a golden light suddenly pierced through the air. The cultivator's expression changed, but it was already too late for him to stop. When the golden light stopped in front of Lu Qin'er, the giant hand formed by essence qi in the sky had already been cut in half by the golden light. When Lu Qin'er saw that the golden light in front of her was a flying sword covered in a layer of fine golden scales, she immediately let out a happy cry. The cultivator's left hand was behind his back and a trace of blood could be faintly seen on his left palm. When the cultivator saw the golden sword in front of the azure Luan, his expression changed. He then shouted in a stern voice, "Who dares to protect this bird demon that sneaked into the legacy land? Do you think I, Zhenling, am nothing?" A blue stream of water flowed through the sky like a celestial river. The water fell in the sky above Lu Qin'er and suddenly turned into a young man in his 20s. He looked at the cultivator standing in front of the stone door with a sneer on his face. When Lu Qin'er saw this person, she immediately let out a few more cries. This time, it was not a happy cry, but a bit of grievance. Lu Ping patted the azure one's head and scolded with a smile, "Grievance?" A mere first-level core forging yarrow cultivator actually made the cultivator guarding the legacy land shout that there was a demon infiltrating the legacy land with malicious intentions. I always thought that only a Dharma manifestation yarrow cultivator could enjoy such treatment. I wonder what this fellow Daoist is thinking. Could it be that in your opinion, my, Zhenling's headquarters is only worthy of a newly transformed yarrow cultivator from the Yarrow clan to spy on the situation? Or is it that my, Zhenling's, defenses are only for show and the fellow disciples outside are just decorations? Can a newly transformed yarrow cultivator fly into Heavenly Spirit Mountain? At the end of his words, Lu Ping's words were already questioning the cultivator guarding the stone door. This was clearly a plot against Lu Qin'er. Lu Qin'er was brought back to Heavenly Spirit Mountain by her junior sister. Although she was ignorant of worldly affairs, she would never leave Lu Qin'er alone. However, the current situation was that her junior sister had indeed been separated from Lu Qin'er, and Lu Qin'er had inexplicably appeared in front of the legacy land. If it were not for Lu Ping's timely arrival, Lu Ping could now imagine what would happen next. Lu Qin'er would be treated as a demon spy by the cultivator guarding the legacy land and killed by the cultivator. After that, she could use the excuse of not knowing the inside story as an excuse to shirk responsibility. Lu Qin'er's figure changed again, turning back into the appearance of a little girl. She pointed at the cultivator in front of the stone door and said, "I've seen you before. Sister Xianxian and I have been playing in the back mountain of Heavenly Spirit Mountain for the past few days. I saw you when I passed by here a few days ago. If I'm a spy, why didn't you attack back then?" Lu Ping looked at the man with an even more mocking expression, but his eyes were filled with killing intent. "Nonsense." The cultivator's expression changed, and he said angrily, "When did I see you? This is the legacy land of the sect. Any non-sect cultivator who enters will be killed without exception. This is the sect's iron rule." Lu Ping ignored the cultivator's explanation and asked, "Qin'er, why are you here alone? Where's Sister Xianxian?" Lu Qin'er said angrily, "I was playing hide-and-seek with Sister Xianxian and the others, but I couldn't find them anywhere. In the end, I found this place. I don't know why, but this person suddenly ran out to kill me. If it weren't for Big Brother, I would have been killed by him." "Oh, them? Lu Ping squinted and saw a trace of nervousness in the cultivator's eyes. He immediately sneered and used his divine sense to explore the valley in all directions. The cultivator in front of Lu Ping was shocked and exclaimed, "Divine sense pressure. This is impossible. How can you be at the late core forging stage?" Lu Ping looked at him with a faint smile and said, "So you know me?" The cultivator knew he had said something wrong, but he still snorted and said, "Who doesn't know the famous water sword immortal?" Lu Ping did not argue with him. Instead, he bent his right hand's middle finger and thumb and flicked in a direction deep in the valley. The cultivator's expression changed, but it was too late to stop him. He exclaimed, "Stop. What are you doing? This is the sect's inheritance ground." In a moment of desperation, the cultivator once again sent out 5 beams of energy. This time, the 5 beams twisted in the air and headed straight for Lu Ping. The power of this attack was obviously much stronger than the one he had just used on Lu Qin'er. A blue protective aura appeared in front of Lu Ping. The light curtain rippled under the impact of the energy, but it still blocked the cultivator's attack in front of Lu Ping. The cultivator's expression became even more unsightly. His attack with all his strength couldn't even break this person's protective aura. Was this person's strength really so incredible? Then there was a clap of thunder in the sky, and a golden lightning instantly struck an open space deep in the mountain. A spherical purple light curtain suddenly appeared in the open space during the lightning strike. It was immediately shattered by the lightning, revealing a few people, including Jiang Shenxian. A female cultivator next to her spat out a mouthful of blood and looked at Lu Ping in horror. "Hey, 9th senior brother, you're back? Are you here to take Xiao Qin'er away?" Jiang Shenxian saw that Lu Ping was looking at her from afar, and her face immediately lit up. She skipped over and said, "When I took Xiao Qin'er back, I was scolded by my mother. She said that Xiao Qin'er is now a great helper of 9th senior brother and shouldn't just play by herself. But on Tianling Mountain, no one can play with me except Xiao Qin'er. That's why I pulled Xiao Qin'er and didn't let her go back. 9th senior brother, are you upset? Senior sister Shenying was injured by you." Lu Ping looked at Daoist Shenying, who was spitting out blood. She was Hu Lily's eldest senior sister. He knew the female cultivators next to her. Their cultivation levels were all different, and most of them were in the blood condensation realm. Lu Ping looked at the naive little junior martial sister. He couldn't understand why talented figures like his teacher and enlightened master Xiao Yarrow would raise their daughter to be so naive. Faced with his junior sister's question, Lu Ping didn't want to explain too much. He just asked, "Junior sister, do you know what's going on outside the array while hiding in the array?" Jiang Shenxian shook her head and said, "I don't know. Senior sister Shenying's array is really brilliant. Xiao Qin'er couldn't find us even after so long. If it wasn't for 9th senior brother, she definitely wouldn't have found us." As expected, Lu Ping sighed and asked, "Junior sister, have you ever seen someone hide in a place that's completely isolated from the outside world when they're playing hide and seek?" Jiang Xuanxuan's naivety stemmed from her ignorance of worldly affairs, not her stupidity. On the contrary, she was a smart girl. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to cultivate to the core forging realm. When she saw the injured Qin'er and Shenying, who were casually injured by Lu Ping, as well as the shifty gazes of her so-called playmates, Jiang Shenxian immediately sensed that something was amiss. Lu Ping thought about it and felt that it was better not to let his junior sister participate in these things. After all, he didn't know why Master and Jiang Tianlin Laozu pampered his junior sister, so he said, "Junior sister, take Xiao Qin'er back first. I still have something to do here." Jiang Shenxian knew that she seemed to have done something wrong today, so she obediently held Lu Qin'er's hand and walked towards the top of Tianling Mountain. With Jiang Shenxian around, Lu Ping wasn't afraid that anyone would dare to attack Lu Qin'er. Seeing that Jiang Shenxian and Lu Qin'er had gone far away, the cultivators in the depths of the valley also slipped away. Lu Ping naturally wouldn't care about the blood condensation realm minor repairs. They probably didn't have the guts to participate in this kind of thing. Seeing that the cultivator in front of him was obviously a little nervous, Lu Ping smiled and said, "I haven't asked for your name yet. Also, the other cultivators hiding behind the stone door, why don't you come out and meet me? Chapter 393. As soon as Lu Ping's voice fell, the cultivator in front of him was stunned for a moment, and then a little anxious. At this moment, a skinny cultivator had already walked out from the stone door behind him. As he walked, he said with a smile, "Junior brother Lu has such a sharp divine sense. I'm Xian Xiong, and this is junior brother Xian Yu. Both of us are cultivators who are guarding this place of inheritance. Since that blue phoenix is junior brother Lu's spirit pet, it's naturally a misunderstanding. Junior brother Xian Yu has offended you earlier, so let's stop this matter here. How about junior brother Lu?" Lu Ping looked at Daoist Xian Xiong and suddenly smiled. "Senior brother Xian Xiong revealed your 6th layer core forging cultivation as soon as you came out, and your divine sense even swam around me in waves. Are you trying to intimidate me?" Daoist Xian Xiong was startled, and then his face darkened. "Junior brother Lu, although you are famous, and it is said that you have recently broken through to the mid-stage core forging stage, how many years have you been cultivating? If today's matter ends here, we won't be on good terms. If junior brother Lu is determined to pursue this matter, we wholeheartedly guard the land of inheritance. At most, we will be accused of making a mountain out of a molehill and be laughed at. Could it be that the sect will punish us for our loyalty and devotion?" Lu Ping naturally knew that what this person said was true. Although it was obvious that this was targeted at Lu Ping, the other party had planned this carefully, so they naturally took care of everything. Moreover, Lu Qiner was a demon cultivator, and because of Lu Ping's timely appearance, their plot did not succeed. Therefore, in the face of a great enemy, the sect would not pursue this matter for a demon pet in the end for the sake of internal unity. However, Lu Ping had been schemed against for no reason. If he did not say anything, wouldn't he be boosting the arrogance of the person who schemed against him? If there was one time, there would naturally be a second time, or even more. Naturally, Lu Ping would not allow these dangers to appear by his side. Since he could not find the source of the scheme now, it would not be too late to deal with it in the future. Since this is senior brother Xian Yu's duty, I naturally have nothing to say. However, senior brother Xian Xiong just said that I've only been cultivating for a short period of time and that I haven't accumulated enough experience. You've hit the nail on the head. I've just broken through to the middle stage of the core forging realm, and I'm overestimating myself. Daoist Xian Xiong's expression changed. He found it funny and said, "Is this a provocation, junior brother Lu? If that's the case, then I'm taking advantage of your cultivation base." Daoist Xian Yu, who was at the side, had a mocking look on his face as he said, "You really overestimate yourself. Do you know who senior brother Xian Xiong is?" Before junior brother Lu entered the North Sea rookie list, senior brother Xian Xiong was already an expert in the top 30 of the rookie list. There were no less than 5 middle-stage core forging realm demon cultivators who died in his hands. This time, senior brother's cultivation base has even broken through to the 6th layer core forging realm. He's on par with the experts in the top 10 of the rookie list. You're just relying on the fact that you have a good teacher. Although your cultivation base has risen quickly, how can it compare to senior brother Xian Xiong's cultivation base, which is fought for? Today, Laozu is not on Tianling Mountain. Don't tell me you're still thinking of having someone to back you up. Lu Ping looked at Daoist Xian Yu in amusement and said with a smile, "So you know that teacher isn't on Tianling Mountain?" "That's right. If teacher was on Tianling Mountain, where would you find the courage to kill my demon pet?" Daoist Xian Yu opened his mouth to refute, but Daoist Xian Xiong stretched out his hand to stop him. He said, "There's no point in saying anything more. Since junior brother Lu wants to fight, then I'll accompany you. I have to let junior brother Lu know that in the cultivation world, one ultimately relies on one's own strength, and not on having a teacher that no one is willing to provoke." Lu Ping narrowed his eyes slightly, and a cold light flickered in his half-revealed gaze. This person's words were quite disrespectful to his teacher, Laozu, which made Lu Ping's dislike for him increase by another level. Lu Ping said no more. The golden scale sword slowly rose from his back, and the tip of the sword pointed at Daoist Xian Xiong. Daoist Shen Xiong's expression turned solemn, and two scimitar-like treasures slowly revolved around him. He was secretly on guard. Although he did not think that Lu Ping was a match for him, he had done some research on Lu Ping before. He knew that Lu Ping was not like how ordinary people understood him to be. Most of his achievements were due to the protective teacher behind him. At the very least, Lu Ping's achievements in swordsmanship and his defeat of Ouyang Wei Jian at the Heavenly Spirit Dharma Phenomenon Assembly were solid achievements. So what if he has great swordsmanship? It depends on who's using it. People like Lu Ping and Ouyang Wei Jian mostly rely on their own teacher's influence. They think that if their cultivation speed is fast and they comprehend some remarkable techniques, they'll be geniuses. They don't know that true geniuses don't look at how fast you go now, but how far you can go in the future. Now that your cultivation seems to be advancing by leaps and bounds, how much time do you have to solidify your foundation? When you break through to the late core forging stage and enter the transcendent stage, you'll realize that your cultivation is just a castle in the air. In the end, even geniuses will fade into the crowd. Daoist Shen Xiong looked at Lu Ping in front of him, and his heart churned with such thoughts. However, he did not think that he was in the top 30 of the North Sea rookie list. In the eyes of others, he was also a genius. It was just that Lu Ping was younger than him, had a faster cultivation growth, and was ranked higher on the rookie list. That was why he had such thoughts. In the end, it was all because of jealousy. Lu Ping did not decline. Seeing that his opponent was ready, the golden scale sword let out a long cry and pierced toward Daoist Shen Xiong. Daoist Shen Xiong was not Daoist Shen Yu, so he would not let Lu Ping break his spell and injure his wrist. The pair of curved blades in his hands crossed in the air and blocked the golden scale sword. Daoist Shen Xiong easily blocked Lu Ping's attack, and a cold smile appeared on his face. It seemed to confirm his previous guess about Lu Ping. However, before the smile disappeared from his face, he saw the golden scale sword suddenly transform into a dark blue giant sword that pierced through the sky, directly slashing toward him. Daoist Shen Xiong was right. Although magical powers were powerful, it also depended on who was using them. After Lu Ping had advanced to the mid-core forging stage by smelting a heaven-grade spiritual object, the power of the true essence sword strike had more than double. Daoist Shen Xiong's expression changed dramatically. His hands were like butterflies flying through flowers, and in one breath, he made dozens of hand seals. The pair of curved blades danced in the air, forming a blade storm that nibbled at the giant sword. Unexpectedly, this was also a minor magical power. However, in front of Lu Ping's true essence sword strike, this blade storm was like a clay chicken or pottery dog. The giant sword pierced straight through the sky and fiercely slashed toward Daoist Shen Xiong, who was in disbelief. Clang! An ear-piercing sound rang out. Daoist Shen Xiong, who was trying his best to dodge, could only recall his curved blades and use all of his true essence to block Lu Ping's sword strike. Daoist Shen Xiong's complexion suddenly turned purple. Daoist Shen Xiong realized that Lu Ping's first attack was only a probe, but he had underestimated his opponent because of that sword strike. However, was it really an underestimation? Lu Ping looked at Daoist Shen Xiong's faintly trembling hands with a disdainful expression. Lu Ping's expression fell into Daoist Shen Xiong's eyes and made him feel ashamed and resentful. Daoist Shen Xiong roared, and the pair of curved blades turned into a rolling blade wheel that carried a whistling wind as it pressed toward Lu Ping. Wind blade wheel, another minor magical power. Daoist Shen Xiong had once used this minor magical power to kill a demon cultivator of the same level in one fell swoop. This was the ultimate skill that made him famous. Lu Ping let out a long laugh and said, "Looks like senior brother Shen Xiong's accumulation still needs to be improved. Since senior brother wants to have a great battle to your heart's content, then senior brother Shen, you shouldn't be a spectator." The golden scale sword turned into a sky full of sword light, instantly forming a sword dragon. The sword dragon turned ingeniously in the sky and used its tail to swing toward the side of the blade wheel. With one strike, Daoist Shen Xiong's famous wind blade wheel was broken into two curved blades. Under Daoist Shen Xiong's shocked and furious expression, Lu Ping's sword dragon once again drew a big several in the sky. This time, Daoist Shen Xiong, who was watching from the side, was also included. Lu Ping's words were very clear. Since you, Daoist Shen Xiong, want to have a great battle, then you can't be the only one. You have to let me have a great battle as well. However, the key point is that you, Daoist Shen Xiong, are not strong enough to have a great battle with me. So, I, Lu Ping, can only reluctantly fight 1 against 2 and see if I can have a great battle. This was naked mockery and thick disdain. Daoist Shen Xiong had always thought highly of himself, so how could he be ridiculed like this? As his 2 blades tried to block the golden scale sword's endless attacks, an ancient mirror suddenly appeared in his hand. He waved it toward Lu Ping and a ray of spirit light shrouded Lu Ping. Lu Ping wanted to dodge, but it was too late. Not only was this ray of spirit light fast, but it seemed to have locked onto Lu Ping. No matter where he dodged, the ray of spirit light followed him like a shadow and imprinted itself on Lu Ping's body. Lu Ping suddenly felt as if he had been hit by an immobilizing spell and couldn't move. Daoist Shen Xiong let out half a laugh, but it was as if something was strangling his neck and he swallowed the second half of his laughter. Another Lu Ping had already appeared on the other side, and the Lu Ping imprinted by the spirit light had turned into a puddle of water. With 1 golden scale sword, Lu Ping surrounded Shen Xiong and Shen Yu, 2 cultivators in the middle stage of the core forging realm. The 2 of them used everything they had, but they could not do anything to Lu Ping. They could only roar in anger. The 3 of them were fighting in front of the gate of Heaven Spirit Mountain's land of inheritance, so there was no way the commotion would be small. Zhenling core forging realm cultivators in the area had long since formed a huge net with their divine senses as they watched the fight closely. However, at that moment, Lu Ping could use the golden scale sword with ease. Even when Shen Xiong and Shen Yu worked together, they could not break through the sword net Lu Ping had set up. They could only struggle bitterly. If this continued, it was only a matter of time before the 2 of them were defeated. At that moment, a long whistle came from the distance, and it was soon followed by a loud laugh. What a great fight! Let me, Shen Xiong, join in the fun as well. Daoist Shen Xiong's expression was dark, but delight appeared on Reverend Shen Yu's face. He looked as if he wanted to say something, but a long spear drew 3 spear sparks in the sky and attacked Lu Ping, Shen Xiong, and Shen Yu. A ray of light landed in the middle of the battlefield, and it was naturally Reverend Shen Xiong, who had been laughing loudly just now. He said, "No matter what you're here for, let's fight first." Shen Xiong and Shen Yu were suppressed by Lu Ping, and regardless of whether they were willing or not, Lu Ping broke Reverend Shen Xiong's spear sparks with a slash and said with a smile, "Then let's fight." Right when he finished speaking, another long whistle came from the sky. Chapter 394. When Reverend Shen Xiong came in, he did not bother to distinguish between right and wrong and attacked randomly with his long spear. He did not expect that Lu Ping's eyes would also light up when he saw this sort of fighting style, and he also attacked randomly. Reverend Shen Xiong was an elite in the 6th level of the core forging realm. Aside from defending himself against Reverend Shen Xiong and Lu Ping's attacks, he could also occasionally counterattack. Reverend Shen Yu, on the other hand, had to suffer in silence. Even though his cultivation base was also at the 4th level of the core forging realm, the grade of the spirit items of the universe he had refined was not high, and his strength was much weaker than the other 3. Otherwise, even if Lu Qina had obtained the legacy of the Fire Luan, Reverend Shen Yu would not have been unable to kill a monster cultivator in the 1st level of the core forging realm when he ambushed her. That was why even though the 4 of them were engaged in a chaotic battle, Reverend Shen Yu remained on the defensive the entire time. He could not even launch a single attack. Reverend Shen Xiong had just exchanged a few blows with Lu Ping and was forced dozens of feet back by Lu Ping's profound sword technique when he heard another long howl. Before the person arrived, a bolt of lightning had already descended on Lu Ping. The person said, "Since this is a chaotic battle, Shen Lei, come." Lu Ping did not dodge the descending lightning. Instead, 5 light curtains appeared in front of him. Before the lightning could penetrate 3 of the light curtains, it was worn out. A silvery figure landed on the battlefield like a bolt of lightning. Lu Ping flicked his hand, and a Gungjin Yin thunder fell on the newcomer. Lu Ping laughed loudly and said, "It's impolite not to reciprocate. Senior brother, take this move of mine." Lu Ping's golden scale sword turned into sword flashes that filled the sky and continued to surround Reverend Shen Shong, Reverend Shen Xiong, and Reverend Shen Yu to put pressure on them. Right when Reverend Shen Lei executed a lightning elemental divine ability to block Lu Ping's yin lightning of metal element, the sword art of raging waves crashing on shore surrounded him with a strange sound of waves. As the five of them fought each other, Lu Ping still had the absolute upper hand. However, this seemed to be just the beginning. Just after spiritual master Shen Lei fell into the battle, a giant boat with the momentum of braving the wind and waves intervened into the battle and crashed into everyone. A loud laugh came from the giant ark. "The profound ark is here, everyone make way." What welcomed enlightened Shenju was Lu Ping's massive torrent of swordsmanship minor divine ability. The monstrous sword waves seemed to want to overturn everything floating above the sea of swords. Daoist Shenju cried out in alarm. He had already drilled out of the ship, but the golden scale sword had already destroyed the ship. Daoist Shenju's heart ached as he put away the broken ship and roared, "I'll fight you all." Then he summoned a black iron puppet and a bronze puppet and jumped back into the fray, attacking everyone around him. "I am Shen Xing, look at my fire meteor." A middle-aged cultivator strode forward, one of his hands pointing up into the sky. When he arrived before them, he turned his hand downwards and a clump of fire clouds that had unknowingly gathered abruptly descended a rain of fire to envelop them all. Su. 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 However, not waiting for this group of fire clouds to be launched for a long time, a group of dark clouds had unknowingly appeared above it. Lu Ping's golden scale sword splashed out, and a series of strange sword techniques comprehended from the land of inheritance hit Daoist Shenju's bronze puppet, causing sparks to fly everywhere. Then he made a hand sign and shouted, "Descend." A bolt of lightning flashed across the sky, followed by dense needle-like rain sprinkling from the dark clouds above the fire clouds. In a moment, the fire clouds were completely watered. Art of moving clouds and summoning rain. After Lu Ping refined the profound essence heavy water and advanced to the middle stage of core forging, each of the North Sea's 12 orthodox techniques in Lu Ping's hands was no less powerful than a minor magical ability. The number of people fighting in the melee had already reached the middle stage of core forging, but Lu Ping still had the absolute advantage. He madly attacked everyone along the way, and the circle formed by the golden scale sword was getting bigger and bigger. At the same time, he also used a variety of magical attacks, overwhelming everyone. However, everyone's magical attacks towards Lu Ping were blocked by a thick layer of light curtain. Lu Ping had already condensed 5 water elemental natural treasures, and each time he condensed a substantial amount of natural treasures, the 5-layered water curtain chi in front of him was almost as strong as a spirit channeling grade defensive mystic treasure. The defensive power of the 5-layered water curtain chi was almost on par with a spirit channeling grade defensive mystic treasure. Is this still AF * King minor protective divine ability? Reverend Profound Thunder's angry curse caused all the people attacking Lu Ping to feel the same way. The melee might seem chaotic, but every single cultivator followed a certain pattern. They either attacked or retreated, and none of them brought out any defensive enchanted treasures. Because of that, Lu Ping's protective chi might seem to have a great advantage, but in truth, since Lu Ping was the strongest in the melee, even though everyone was attacking each other, every time Lu Ping attacked, his attacks were too powerful, and everyone had to work together to block them. On the other hand, if they wanted to threaten Lu Ping, they had to work together to attack Lu Ping, and only then would they be able to make Lu Ping wary. This battle seemed to have attracted the interest of the middle stage core forging cultivators on Heaven Spirit Mountain. "Haha, I, Shen Chen, am here." Reverend Xuanshang shouted, "Uncle Master, this is a competition between us juniors. Why are you interfering?" Reverend Shen Chen glared at him and scolded, "Brat, why are you spouting so much nonsense? We'll talk after we fight." Right when Reverend Shen Chen finished speaking, a bolt of yin sunflower lightning fell on him without a sound. Reverend Shen Chen cursed loudly, which brat launched a surprise attack. Rolling yellow dust swept towards them. Even though it did not block the group's vision, the The people fighting suddenly felt their bodies freeze, as if they were affected by the yellow dust and became less agile. Reverend Schwanchen's smug laughter rang out. "Brats, how's the power of this minor divine ability, dust settles, from the old man?" Right when he finished speaking, a wave suddenly surged up from the yellow dust and pounced in one direction. A clean path instantly appeared in the yellow dust. Reverend Shen Chen shouted angrily, "Who was it? Who broke my art?" "Uncle Master Shen Chen, you're still as bad as ever. You only take advantage of others and never suffer losses." When Lu Ping looked over, he saw that Reverend Shensheng, the disciple of Jiang Tianlin and Lao Zu of Xiaoyao, had also charged in. Previously, whenever someone joined the battle, Lu Ping would be the first to attack. However, Reverend Shensheng had always given Lu Ping a good impression. Besides, Zhong Hua and the disciples of Xiaoyao had always thought of themselves as family, so there was no reason for Lu Ping to attack his senior brother. More and more people joined the battle. Lu Ping had been maintaining an aggressive stance, but now, he had no choice but to restrain himself. In the end, the 18 cultivators in the middle stage of the core forging realm fought on their own and attacked everyone else besides themselves. The scale of the battle also grew larger, but to Lu Ping's surprise, the battle did not cause any damage to the environment around them. Lu Ping's heart skipped a beat. He carefully probed the surroundings with his divine sense and found that an invisible barrier had formed around them. It seemed like they were fighting here, but in fact, they were in a space that was isolated from the surrounding environment. This was definitely the work of Fa Xiong Laozu. There were already Fa Xiong Laozu who had noticed their battle. However, this was inevitable. It would be strange if Fa Xiong Laozu didn't take it seriously when 18 cultivators in the middle stage of the core forging realm were fighting at the entrance of Tianling Mountain's inheritance. As more and more cultivators gathered around to watch the battle, Lu Ping could sense that the divine sense webs around him were getting denser and denser. There were even some with strong divine senses that exuded a faint aura. Clearly, they were the late core forging realm cultivators on Tianling Mountain. Perfected being Guo Xianshan was currently in charge of the daily affairs of Zhenling sect. The battle here had naturally alerted him, but after showing his face, Perfected being Guo Xianshan left without looking back. What a joke! 18 of the sect's most outstanding mid-stage core forging realm cultivators were fighting. Although Guo Xianshan had condensed a 7th-grade golden core and was considered a transcendence cultivator in the eyes of others, he wasn't confident that he could separate them. If the dozen of them joined forces, he might even be injured by them. If that happened, it would be really embarrassing. In this chaotic battle, the most eye-catching one was undoubtedly Tianling Laozu's 9th disciple, water sword deity Lu Shenping. The strength of the 18 mid-stage core forging realm cultivators could also be determined. The truly powerful cultivators were generally able to stand in the middle of the battle. When they attacked the surrounding cultivators, they could also resist the counterattacks of the surrounding cultivators. Although the cultivators standing in the middle of the battle could prove their strength, the consumption of their spiritual essence was also immeasurable when facing the siege of so many cultivators. Therefore, the cultivators who could occupy the center of the battle often couldn't last long and would retreat from the center of the battle under the siege of others. This formed a rotation, and the stronger the cultivator, the longer they could last. However, there was one exception among the 18 cultivators. This person had been present since the beginning of the battle. Even when 7 or 8 perfected ones had gathered to fight, this person had maintained an absolute advantage. As more and more cultivators joined the battle, this person could no longer maintain the absolute advantage. However, he was still like a boulder, standing in the middle of the battle. The cultivators who stood with him in the center had long been replaced. This person was Lu Ping. Relying on the vigorous spiritual essence brought by the Shenyuan heavy water and the use of several minor magical arts and dharma spells, Lu Ping had always occupied the center of the battle and had always been outnumbered. And Lu Ping's long-term dominance had also aroused the competitiveness of many cultivators. Although everyone was fighting each other, because of Lu Ping's dominance, many cultivators often attacked Lu Ping at the same time, hoping to drive him out of the center of the battle. Unfortunately, they all failed. Gradually, The way the cultivators looked at Lu Ping changed. There might be fighting spirit, provocation, or unwillingness in their eyes, but there was one thing they all shared in common: respect for the strong. Lu Ping's eyes were filled with fighting spirit, provocation, and even unwillingness. But there was one thing in common: respect for the strong. The chaotic battle in the back mountain of Qianling Mountain was destined to be talked about enthusiastically by the Zhenling cultivators, and even passed down. Chapter 395. The battle at the back of Qianling Mountain attracted more and more Zhenling cultivators' attention. In the open space at the edge of the battle, a ball of light suddenly appeared. A cultivator who was not much older than Lu Ping appeared in the ball of light. The cultivator looked left and right. When he saw the people who were fighting, he happily said, "You guys continue. I'll set up a formation to surround all of you. If you have the ability, you can break the formation alone. If you don't want to be shameless, you can also join hands with others to break the formation." After saying that, he ignored the people who were engaged in a chaotic battle and raised his hand, causing several kinds of formation tools to fall around the battlefield. Lu Ping found this person interesting. Formation masters rarely participated in the battle between cultivators. Not only did this person want to interfere, but he also wanted everyone to wait for him to finish setting up the formation. How could it be so easy? Lu Ping laughed loudly. "If you want to set up the formation, you can. But first, you have to go through this and report your name first." With that said, a silver jade seal suddenly flew out from the middle of the battle. It grew several tens of feet high in the sky and smashed down towards the cultivator who was about to set up the formation. The bottom of the jade seal was engraved with two ancient characters: landslide. The cultivator suddenly felt as if he had been stuck by this seal. No matter where he went, he would not be able to escape from the landslide. The people who were fighting seemed to agree with Lu Ping's method. Although Lu Ping was being besieged by everyone, when he used landslide, no one stopped him. The cultivator let out a strange cry and said, "See how I, enlightened Master Xianwei, break your big seal." A formation board that looked like the terrain of a mountain was held up high by enlightened Master Xianwei. Then, the clothes that he was wearing suddenly lit up with spirit light. Countless formation runes flashed on his clothes, resonating with the formation board in his hand. The formation board in enlightened Master Xuanwei's hand suddenly grew bigger. It was as if a mountain was really created in the back of Qianling Mountain. Just when landslide whistled down, the ground suddenly cracked into a bottomless abyss, wanting to swallow landslide whole. Daoist Xian Wei smiled complacently. "This grand seal of yours is called landslide, but this formation of mine is called shatter, and it just happens to counter this grand seal of yours." Lu Ping smiled and pointed his finger into the distance. Landslide, which was about to be devoured, suddenly paused in midair. Its body gradually shrank and was about to fly back to the battlefield. Daoist Master Xian Wei shouted, "You still want to take back your magic treasure? You'll have to see if I agree to it first." The shatter formation continued to operate. The cracked abyss suddenly became deeper and deeper. A suction force suddenly came out from the abyss, tightly pulling landslide that was about to fly back to Lu Ping. It seemed that it would not stop until landslide was subdued. Lu Ping smiled in the middle of the battlefield. His left hand made a grabbing action in midair. Landslide trembled in midair and immediately broke free from the suction force of the abyss. It flew back to Lu Ping. On the contrary, Daoist Master Xian Wei's full power attack was easily broken by Lu Ping. His qi surged up and had nowhere to vent, causing his complacent face to turn red. No matter what, Daoist Master Xian Wei had taken a blow from Lu Ping. He had the qualification to set up a formation. Daoist Master Xian Wei hesitated for a long time, but he took back the few formation tools that he had set up earlier. Then, he changed to a few other tools. Then, with a smirk, he said painfully, "This time, I'll let you know how powerful I, Daoist Master Xian Wei, want to break out of the formation alone. Dream on." On the other side of the battlefield, Lu Ping had just taken back landslide. A cultivator in midair had already stuck close to Lu Ping's back like a ghost. Lu Ping's divine sense was very sharp. This cultivator named Shen Ci was obviously related to Daoist master Shen Yin. His concealment method was quite brilliant. Previously, he had caused a lot of trouble for Lu Ping. This Daoist master Shen Ci did not stay in the middle of the battlefield because of his cultivation style. However, many of the cultivators who stayed in the middle of the battlefield were expelled from the center of the battlefield by his ghost-like attack. However, just when he took out a short sword and stabbed at Lu Ping's back, his vision suddenly blurred. A total of 18 Lu Ping suddenly appeared in front of him, but in the end, he had surrounded him in the middle. Daoist master Shen Ci's expression did not change. The short sword danced and in an instant, 6 Lu Ping were cut into a pool of water. However, in the end, he still could not find the real body of Lu Ping. Then, Daoist master Shen Ci felt his waist tighten. A long whip had already wrapped around him. The short sword in Daoist master Shen Ci's hand immediately flicked at the long whip. However, it could do nothing to the long whip on his waist. It's a spiritual magic treasure. Daoist master Shen Ci just had this thought in his mind. Then, a huge force came from the long whip. Daoist master Shen Ci tried his best to control his body. However, a tyrannical and overbearing true essence directly suppressed his cultivation. When Daoist master Shen Ci finally broke free from Lu Ping's control, he had already fallen to the outermost edge of the battlefield. Daoist master Shen Ci knew that he had already lost to Lu Ping. However, the battle was still going on. Daoist master Shen Ci naturally had no reason to retreat. He clenched the short sword in his hand and glanced at Lu Ping's direction. Then, he suddenly jumped and once again joined the battle. Lu Ping had just forced Daoist master Shen Ci back, and the cultivators beside him instantly felt that they had a chance. They simultaneously released their most powerful attacks in an attempt to force Lu Ping back. The power of these attacks might be great, but when they attacked, they intentionally or unintentionally avoided each other's vital parts. Lu Ping was distracted. At that moment, the long whip had just taken control of Daoist master Shen Ci. Golden scale sword charged forward and turned into a sword screen in front of Lu Ping to block all the attacks. At the same time, a purple bolt of lightning along with a flaming meteor suddenly struck Lu Ping's protective force. Finally, an opening was created in the water screen true force, which had withstood multiple attacks. Daoist master Shen Shong laughed loudly. His long spear charged forward and stabbed at Lu Ping, whose protective force had been broken. It was as if he had finally found a chance to force Lu Ping back. However, Lu Ping still did not panic. The shadow of a gourd flashed in front of him before disappearing. Immediately after, an earthen yellow stone wall appeared in front of him. Daoist master Shen Shong's long spear pierced through it and tore a huge hole in the stone shield, but an ice wall appeared in front of him. When the long spear pierced through the ice wall again, the power of the long spear had already been completely used up. It could no longer do anything against the wooden shield that had appeared in front of it. However, at that moment, Daoist master Shen Ci, who had been thrown out of the battle by Lu Ping, charged at Lu Ping's shoulder again with a short sword that brought with it a ghastly chill. This time, there was no longer a barrier around Lu Ping. Daoist master Shen Shong, Daoist master Shen Lei, and Daoist master Shen Xing laughed loudly, and there were hints of delight in their laughter. It was as if they were incredibly excited that they had finally chased Lu Ping out of the center of the battle. Even Daoist master Shen Ci, who was flying in midair, and Lu Ping seemed to have noticed his delight. However, something that left the crowd dumbfounded happened once more. Daoist master Shen Ci, who had rushed towards Lu Ping, retreated at an even faster speed than before. What's going on? When Daoist master Shen Shong and the other two looked over, they found that at some point in time, a wound had been opened on Daoist master Shen Ci's shoulder, and blood was seeping out from it. Daoist master Shen Ci stared at Lu Ping with a stunned expression. After a long while, he said, "Invisible sword." Lu Ping smiled faintly, and the dark blue figure of the Netherwater sword flashed in front of him before disappearing. The crowd could not help but feel discouraged. To successfully chase away Lu Ping, who had been standing at the center of the battle, they had even given up on the rules of the chaotic battle just now and launched a joint assault on Lu Ping. However, in the end, they still failed at the last moment. At that moment, Daoist Master Xian Wei's crazed laughter suddenly came from beyond the battlefield. Haha, everyone, the rune has been set up. Now, it's up to whoever has the ability to walk out of this rune. Let me make this clear, you can only come at me one by one. If anyone is shameless enough to work together to break the rune, I will naturally be unable to do so as well. However, if you can't break it, then obediently hand over some of the spirit materials you can use to set up the rune, and I will let you go. Don't tell me that you don't have anything on you. If a mighty cultivator in the middle stage of the Zhenling core forging realm doesn't have anything on him, then he will be a disgrace to our sect. It was only at that moment that the people who were engaged in the chaotic battle noticed that a dark screen of light had enveloped them at some point in time. Alright, I'll go first. Daoist Xian Shong knocked away a few attacks that tried to stop him and took a huge step forward. His long spear suddenly formed 72 spear after images that were the size of bowls in the sky. They attacked the 72 screens of light of the rune, but a muffled bang rang out, and Daoist Xian Shong, who was charging forward, was forced back by a huge force. Once he was sent flying back, Daoist Master Xian Shong suffered a few attacks that looked like they were trying to take advantage of the situation, causing Daoist Xian Shong, who had always been pitilessly brave and fierce in the chaotic battle, to roar in anger. However, because he could not replenish his true origin, he was forced to retreat again and again until he was at the very edge of the chaotic battle. When he saw how pathetic Daoist Xian Shong was, Daoist Master Xian Wei laughed wantonly outside the rune. He was incredibly pleased, and it made Daoist Xian Shong grit his teeth, but he could do nothing about it. After Daoist Xian Shong failed, Daoist Xian Xing and Daoist Xian Lei attacked one after another, but none of them were able to break out of the rune. Only then did the group become serious about the rune with the black screen of light. As expected of a cultivator of the older generation, Daoist Xian Chen was experienced and knowledgeable. After launching 2 consecutive attacks without any results, he seemed to have gained some understanding towards runes. He could not help but curse loudly, "Xian Wei, you wastrel. You actually used an artifact made from second-grade spirit materials to set up a rune? Are you trying to trap and kill a monster?" Daoist Master Xuanwei's irritating laughter once again came from outside the formation. He said, "Martial Uncle Xian Chen, we absolutely can't lose this time. No matter what, 18 of our sect's middle-stage core forging cultivators were trapped here by me. Wouldn't it be a matter of pride if word got out? Besides, if you want to go out, you have to leave some benefits for me. I believe that my senior and junior brothers will not leave behind any trash, right? If that happens, you will not just be embarrassing yourselves. You can't let outsiders think that all the cultivators in the middle stage of the core forging realm from our sect are so shabby, right?" Just when Daoist Xian Wei was bragging about himself in a smug manner, he did not notice that green light was shining in Lu Ping's eyes. His great divine thought was carefully searching for something in the screen of light of the rune. Then, as if he had discovered something, the green light in Lu Ping's eyes instantly disappeared. The golden scale sword in his hand trembled, and a sword whine instantly rang through the entire rune. Chapter 396. If the crowd wanted to break the great rune Reverend Xian Wei had set up during the chaotic battle, they first had to have the ability to stand out. After Reverend Xian Shong and the others failed to break the rune one after another, the crowd's gazes turned to Lu Ping, who had yet to attack. Because of that, the encirclement against Lu Ping became even tighter. In this chaotic battle, Lu Ping was tacitly acknowledged by the crowd as the strongest. After Reverend Xian Shong and the other elites failed to break the rune one after another, the other cultivators naturally did not have much confidence in breaking the rune on their own. At that moment, Lu Ping became the cultivator with the highest possibility of breaking the rune. Since no one can get out, then you're naturally not an exception. If we're going to pay the ransom money, how can we not give you your share? Since everyone is going to lose face, then everyone will lose face together. At that moment, almost all the cultivators in the chaotic battle had this thought, and the previous chaotic battle seemed to have changed. For every 10 moves the cultivators delivered, 5 or 6 of them would subconsciously move in Lu Ping's direction, making it clear that they were all going through thick and thin together. When Lu Ping saw that the chaotic battle had turned into an encirclement, he could do nothing about it. There was no way he could not tell what the crowd was thinking. Among them, the ones who surrounded him the most were Xian Shong, Xian Lei, Xian Chen, and a few others. They had failed to break the rune, but they were also rather powerful cultivators. Lu Ping did not know how things had turned out this way. He had sparred against Reverend Xian Xiong to establish his might and intimidate the people who had plotted against him in the dark, but in the end, things had turned out this way. Lu Ping might be confident that he was powerful, but when he was surrounded by so many cultivators, he could not help but feel tired, and the anger in his heart only grew stronger. Since he wanted to establish his might, then he might as well make things worse. Lu Ping made up his mind. Originally, he had already discovered some loopholes in the grand formation laid out by enlightened Shenwei through the 3 clear true pupils. Lu Ping was confident that with his strength, he would be able to break the formation by using the one Qi sword Qi. However, Lu Ping had the intention to establish his might. Since he wanted to break the formation, he would break it thoroughly. The sword hum resounded throughout the entire array space. Not only did it make the cultivators who were besieging Lu Ping feel their hearts tighten, even Dao Master Shenwei who was outside the array space felt his heart skip a beat. Lu Ping stabbed forward with his sword, and a huge torrent of swordsmanship swept away everything in its path. He swung the golden scale sword again, and another torrent of swordsmanship roared out. The people besieging Lu Ping retreated one after another. However, the torrent of swordsmanship in Lu Ping's hands did not seem to stop there. Lu Ping stabbed out a total of 12 times, and the 12 torrents of swordsmanship rushed out in all directions with Lu Ping as the center. The 12 torrents of swordsmanship appeared chaotic, but in fact, they were connected to each other to form a giant net. All the cultivators who were involved in the melee, regardless of whether they were besieging Lu Ping or not, were bombarded by the 12 torrents of swordsmanship. For a moment, the entire array space was filled with the roars of magic spells, the sounds of magic treasures colliding and the angry shouts of the cultivators. He was too arrogant. He actually wanted to challenge 17 cultivators at the same level as him by himself. For a moment, all the cultivators within the array space were united against a common enemy and they launched a counterattack against Lu Ping. At that moment, Lu Ping had a solemn expression on his face and there was a trace of ruthlessness in the corners of his eyes. The golden scale sword suddenly appeared above Lu Ping's head, and the sword hum rang out once more. The 12 torrents of swordsmanship, with the golden scale sword as the center, formed a huge vortex of swordsmanship, which shot towards all the cultivators except for Lu Ping. Not good. This is a sword array. Once again, Dao Master Shen Chen was the first to recognize Lu Ping's technique. The longer he lived, the more knowledgeable he would have. The Great Magic Sword Array. The Great Magic Sword Array has already reached the perfected stage. How is this possible? Let's work together to resist, otherwise no one will benefit. Lu Ping had practiced the 100 rivers into the sea sword technique to the perfected stage of the Great Magic Sword Array. Even though he was almost invincible among the cultivators at the same level as him, Lu Ping was still not arrogant enough to think that he had the ability to fight the other 17 cultivators at the same level as him. After all, even Dao Master Guo Shenshan, after seeing the chaotic battle, did not think that he had the ability to suppress the other 17 cultivators at the same level as him. Instead, he turned around and left. Lu Ping and Dao Master Guo Shenshan, who was a half-step to the Dharma realm, were worlds apart. Naturally, he would not have such reckless thoughts. The huge 100 rivers into the sea sword array strangled everyone's attacks. Some of the weaker cultivators, such as Dao Master Xuanxiang and Dao Master Shenyu, whom Lu Ping wanted to scheme against, were also seriously injured by Lu Ping. In the future, he could naturally use the excuse of not being able to fully control the Great Magic Sword Array to escape. This was also a lesson for them. After all, Lu Ping could also sense that a few mid-core forging cultivators did not have the courage to scheme against him. They were just a few stupid lackeys. However, at this time, Lu Ping was also very strained. His control of the sword array was almost at its limit. After all, not every cultivator could withstand the siege of 17 cultivators at the same level as him. Finally, after the entire array was stabilized, the golden scale sword once again let out a soul-stirring scream. The entire sword array soared into the sky. The 12 torrents of swordsmanship were like 12 sharp tentacles, stabbing toward the black light curtain of the entire array. What happened in the array space naturally couldn't be hidden from Enlightened Master Xian Wei. At this moment, Enlightened Master Xian Wei was panicking. He almost jumped up and down as he scolded Lu Ping. "Bastard, do you really have to use such a method to break through the array formation? Aya, my Iron Curtain array formation, this is a big loss." Like a thin layer of paper, the black light curtain was easily shredded into pieces by Lu Ping's greatsword array. A series of explosions sounded around the array, and the tools that were set up earlier exploded one by one amidst Enlightened Master Xian Wei's screams of pain. The black jade array disc in his hand cracked and cracks appeared on its surface, causing Enlightened Master Xian Wei's mouth to twitch as he felt his heartache for Lu Ping. Looking at Lu Ping, who broke out of the array with an apologetic expression, Dao Master Xuanwei's eyebrows twitched. If it was not for the fact that he knew that he was no match for Lu Ping, he would have already pounced on him and fought him to the death. Dao Master Xian Wei had used 7 to 8 second-grade spirit materials in the array he set up this time, and if he used them to refine artifacts, he could turn 7 to 8 top-grade enchanted artifacts into enchanted treasures. He had originally wanted to extort all the people here, then take back the tools used to set up the array and use the chance to make a fortune. However, he did not expect that he would run into a strange cultivator like Lu Ping, who had destroyed the entire array. Right when Lu Ping broke the array, a black door suddenly appeared beside Lu Ping. A huge suction force came from it, and even with Lu Ping's abilities, he could not help but fall into the door and disappear. Then, the black door disappeared in a flash in midair. Lu Ping only felt his vision darken. Behind him, he could still hear the gloating laughter of Dao Master Shen Shong, Dao Master Shen Lei, and the others. The sound of them flying through the air could also be heard, along with Dao Master Xuanwei's exasperated roars. "Don't go, you bastards. You didn't break this array. Come back. My spirit material." "All of you owe me a spirit material, one that's second grade or above." Almost in the blink of an eye, Lu Ping felt his vision light up, and he felt as if his feet had landed on solid ground. When Lu Ping looked up, he saw that he was in a hall at that moment. There were 2 people sitting at the head of the table, and there was 1 person sitting on each side. To the left was Reverend Guo Shenshan, and to the right was Reverend Chu Shencheng. There were 2 middle-aged cultivators sitting side by side at the head of the table. One of them was Jiang Tianlin Laozu, who had given Lu Ping guidance. The other middle-aged cultivator seemed to have a higher status than Jiang Tianlin, and he was sizing up Lu Ping with a smile. Lu Ping had never seen such a situation before. It was clear that he had been captured by one of the 2 Dharma Siongs. He quickly bowed and said, "Disciple Lu Ping greets Laozu, martial uncles." Jiang Tianlin Laozu chuckled and said, "How was it? Did you enjoy yourself this time?" Lu Ping was a little embarrassed and said, "Disciple was too impulsive. I've made a fool of myself." At this time, Laozu, who was next to Jiang Tianlin, said, "Kid, your cultivation is too strange. Your qi is far more vigorous than ordinary people, but the core space is shrouded in clouds and mist, making it difficult to distinguish the details. It seems that you also have a fortuitous encounter. In the opinion of the old man, the heaven and earth spirit object you fused with to advance to the mid-core forging stage is at least of the earth rank, right?" Lu Ping's hair stood on end from the old ancestor's stare. When he heard the old ancestor mention his cultivation, he immediately felt a little terrified. But at the same time, he secretly heaved a sigh of relief and said, "Old ancestor is wise." That's right. Lu Ping wasn't stupid enough to tell everyone about his cultivation. Since this Laozu said it was difficult to distinguish his cultivation, he would naturally guess whatever he guessed. However, Lu Ping believed that he wouldn't be able to guess that Lu Ping had fused with a heaven-rank spirit object. It wasn't that he couldn't guess, but it was simply impossible. Early core forging stage cultivators couldn't control a heaven-rank spirit object's huge spirituality. Forcibly fusing with a heaven-rank spirit object would only result in a sudden death. The reason Lu Ping was able to successfully fuse with a heaven-rank spirit object was because of his bloodline. Just now, when you were fighting, your chi was far more vigorous than cultivators of the same level. I assume that the amount of heaven-rank spirit object you fused with is also greater than others, right? Lu Ping didn't dare to be careless. He continued, I was just lucky. Seeing that Lu Ping was being vague, Lao Tzu naturally knew that Lu Ping didn't want to reveal his cultivation. He smiled slightly and didn't ask any more. Jiang Qianlin Lao Tzu, who was standing at the side, smiled and said, Kid, this is our sect's Qianfan Lao Tzu. Why don't you greet him again? Lu Ping was shocked. His sect had 3 mid-Dharma stage Lao Tzu. He had already met Tian Xiong Lao Tzu, and this Qianfan Lao Tzu was the other mid-Dharma stage Lao Tzu. This Qianfan Lao Tzu could be said to be the most famous in the sect and even in the North Sea training world. This was because Qianfan Lao Tzu and his cultivation partner, the sect's third mid-Dharma stage adept, Tian Shui Lao Tzu, were known as the Wind and Snow Immortals. These two Lao Tzu had practiced a secret combined attack technique of the sect. It was because of this combined attack technique that Qianfan Lao Tzu and Tian Shui Lao Tzu could fight against Shen Ling sect's late Dharma stage Dao Sheng Lao Tzu. It could be said that the reason why Zhenling was able to fight against Shen Ling sect in the North Sea was because the Wind and Snow Immortals kept Dao Sheng Lao Tzu in check. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories,